From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to a Friday stream. For some of you, it's the Black Friday post-Thanksgiving stream. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. Going to be looking at some more video reacts today, getting a bit more content for the YouTube side of things. Probably going to have one more stream in me tomorrow, and then off on the road again for another week, and then probably back with you the following weekend, but that is not guaranteed. So, again, not really putting out a stream schedule or anything like that. But anyways, thank you all for joining me. Those of you who are celebrating Thanksgiving, hopefully you had a very lovely holiday, safe and relaxing. And yeah, let me do some things here real quick. There we go. That's on the Twitch side of things. You can find all links available on the website lordrexworth.com. That's lordrexworth.com. Do make sure that you follow me over on Twitter. That's twitter.com or x.com/lordrexworth. Let me post that in the other chats for everybody else. Now, I've been noticing that if you try to use old twitter.com links, they don't always take you to where you're supposed to go. So, made sure to update that with x.com/LordRexworth. Oh, and if you want to join the Castle Rexworth Discord, keep in touch with me and the rest of the nobles. Whenever I'm not streaming, there's the link there. It'll be posted to all of the chats. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day. Or evening. Depending on what part of the world you're living in. Hey, Rex, if you ever get any merch for us, here's an idea. A beret with your castle logo as the cap badge. Well, there's an idea. Welcome in, Anglo, by the way. Good to see you. I have thought about certain ideas for merchandise. Never been really one for hats, but a beret with the castle logo would be interesting. I thought mostly it would be confined to something like maybe a polo shirt with the logo you see here on my lapel. Or maybe a line of neckties if we really wanted to get fancy with it. I've also thought maybe a dakimakura? One of those body pillows. And then also one of the Fumo plushies. People floated around the idea of a dakimakura of me. But I think there's also been talk that I should get a Fumo. A little Fumo plushie made of me. I think it'd be rather adorable. I don't know, chat. I'll leave it up to you. What do you think? But anywho, you may have noticed that the stream theme has been updated. Since we are past the Thanksgiving holiday in America, that seems to be the almost universal signal to start rolling out the holly and putting up the Christmas tree and doing all of that lovely business. So, breaking out the Christmas stream theme. You'll notice here that the starting soon, be right back, stream ending screen, rather dark and foreboding and rather chilly atmosphere on the outside. That's sort of like the old song, Let It Snow. The weather outside is frightful. But then you come inside and you notice the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. But enough about the decor. Let us do the news. And we're going to start with something that was breaking news on our last stream. Let me... Here we are. Got here a video from Asmongold. Covering what happened with two members of the West Virginia National Guard in D.C. Tied with the video, "This will radicalize a generation."
Yeah, look at this. Holy shit. But yeah, I'm not even sure. Oh my god. Look at this here. Oh my god. So are they just letting it get worse so that they can, you know, introduce like even farther martial law and like be even more aggressive and then have the public accept it? I mean, is that what's happening? I don't know.
Yeah, so, Homa, we're here on I Street, and there is a heavy police presence. You can see a bunch of police lights flashing down here on I Street. The whole road is blocked off as we're walking up. There is police that is directing cars to go in opposite directions as this road is closed off. We're working our way a little bit closer, so we don't really have any information on anything as of now, but as...
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. America is formed from unleashing violence upon people who disagreed politically. Yeah, because you weren't able to vote. You see, you couldn't vote King George out of office. You can vote Trump out of office. You can vote for somebody different than Trump. You can't vote for George Washington to be your leader rather than King George. So it's just, again, suspect in custody. Wait, hold up.
Yeah, they did manage to catch him. I think we had gotten an update on... I'm going to move myself out of the way here, chat. There's VTube Studio. There we go. That's better. That way we're not blocking the Roach King here. But yeah, they caught him. Apparently, Afghan migrant brought in on some sort of scheme by the Biden administration. Overstayed his visa. And shouting Allahu Akbar as he went up and shot two members of the National Guard. One of them, we thought that the original reports we got were that both of them were dead. That has turned out, at last check, to not be entirely accurate anymore. Turns out that I think one of them has died. The other one, from what I was reading, was in such a vegetative state that they're either expected to never recover, or they're not expected to live much longer. That's one of the two.
Of course, we'll bring you every bit of information that we can gather, but all we have right now is that these streets are just lined with every kind of cop car and every kind of, presence that they can
like voting
figure out
doesn't
what is
matter.
going on as we do get closer to the metro station.
What do we know?
It obviously matters.
Julie, we see dozens and dozens of police officers there right now.
Probably young kids looking for a way to pay to college. They're guarding a roadway.
Yeah. Give us for perspective of folks who are just now joining in here at the top of the hour. How close are you to the White House?
Looks like we're probably about a block off of it here. We are just coming up to, we are just past.
Yeah, this is a thing where, like, I mean, preventing somebody from getting a gun and shooting two people is impossible. You can't do that. Like, realistically, as much as people want to say, oh, they need to put a stop to this, how are they letting this happen? The reality is that you can't stop this from happening. Oh, they got the suspect.
Yeah, you can never really stop any of this completely from happening, but this was committed by someone who had no business being here in the first place. 20-year-old, I think, private first class woman was the one who died. His father told the press the same day she's not recovering and all he can do is hold her hand. That's far too young for anything like this to happen, and I can only imagine just how devastating this must be for both of their families. And all because people just don't have the courage to say, no, we're not going to throw the doors open for just anyone.
In custody.
Away from the White House.
Oh,
and if you're
shit.
just now joining us, we're understanding that 2 National Guard members have been shot in D.C. Their conditions unknown, but we are learning from the AP right now that they're reporting a suspect is in custody, and D.C. police saying the scene is secure and it is contained. As you're joining us now, Rich, walk us through kind of what you're seeing and what the next movements will be from this massive police presence.
Yeah.
Well, here you got multiple agencies working together.
The FBI is doing its job, like all other agencies. Trump deployed National Guards for weeks now. He's speaking nonsense. Crime's been drastically down. You didn't listen to what I said.
Not seriously injured.
You need to learn to listen.
When they report DC police as one
That's okay, though.
individuals in custody,
You'll learn.
Listen, we've had these reports when things happen immediately, but that doesn't mean that there's only one individual. It means a person is detained, and they may or may not be the shooter. They seem to indicate that it is the shooter.
Well, yeah,
what I can see from the scene is the way they have so much law enforcement presence and so many bystanders with cameras and standing around. I do agree, number one, it's probably not an active scene anymore because they would not have bystanders. They would have been out of the area. Number two, they're already probably at intelligence centers looking at all the cameras for the area to see what they can find. There's body cameras from the police, the National Guard. I'm not sure if they're equipped with body cameras, but all the street cameras and stores have cameras. They are probably checking them immediately. Now, being, well, my family, actually, my grandparents were from Connecticut Avenue North. So this is a very hectic time. It's you know, we're talking about 3 o'clock on a Wednesday night before Thanksgiving. And like you said, it's inundated with the visitors to the area. So what will happen next is they'll archive and record all the data they have on the cameras. They'll try to see what they can piece together. They're probably, hopefully the guardsmen are well enough to be interviewed and they can give them some idea of what happened.
Where is that footage, by the way? You would think something like this on a story this important, we'd have the footage almost the same day. We need to see that. We need to see that footage.
Now, being in the proximity of the White House, the first thing is a red flag. Is they probably, if they hadn't locked down the White House, I mean, we understand the president and the first lady are not even there. They probably certainly secured the perimeter.
So I was thinking about that video.
Much tighter than they had. To just be aware that it may not be over.
I was just thinking
about a distraction. We don't know if the person was coming off the subway or going underground or persons. Again, I say pause a little bit because the initial reports are not always accurate.
Anyway,
I think that we're going to hear a lot of information coming out. But like I said, look right now as the bystanders are on the corners. They got cameras. It doesn't. If it was live scene or active shooter, they would be running. They wouldn't be there. Right. You know, so I'm sure the police.
Sure. So they probably got the guy. That's good. I'm glad. I mean, obviously.
I haven't seen the footage either, which is surprising because I saw Charlie's death on camera the same day it happened. Nothing this time, though. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that as well. It's a disturbing video. It has since been scrubbed off the internet. But yeah, so far it seems like nothing. We're not getting anything except certain responses from the president and from others. You had, let me go ahead and go to it. Let's see. We've got a few things here. Long statement from President. I believe this is over on Truth Social or somewhere. This came out on Thanksgiving Day. Happy Thanksgiving to great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world, for being politically correct and just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, according to the census, most of which are on welfare, from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning 30 grand with a green card will get roughly 50 grand in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in a swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally and that you're not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she's treated when her place of origin is a decadent, backward, crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently cause migration from all third world countries to allow the system to fully recover, terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by sleepy Joe Biden's autopen, and remove anyone who's not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country, end all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Fairly based words from the president, but talk is cheap. I want to see action. I want to see action. So we shall see if the president actually follows through with his rhetoric. I think the Department of Homeland Security also had some interesting... Yes, this was just from a few hours ago. The stakes have never been higher. The goal has never been more clear. Remigration now. How interesting and fairly base that we're finally getting that out of a government agency. But again, talk is cheap.
Obviously, it's a huge fucking relief that, you know, they got somebody that went and did that shit, right? But we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens if this is actually him or not. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, my assumption is that it probably was. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of surprised more than anything that something like this would happen. And to me, like, what I think is... I think this is probably another mentally ill retard. That's what I think that it is. It is another mentally ill retard that probably got hopped up on some weird, like, again, you could say that it's an ideology, but if you're going out a day before Thanksgiving and shooting random people in the head, I'm sorry, but, like, you're nuts. You're Looney Tunes. What do you mean? Like, yeah, it's crazy.
Well, that's one way of describing them.
They didn't call him MAGA yet? Well, I don't know if he's a Trump...
No, he's definitely not a Trump supporter.
The people that go out and they do these shootings are nuts. They're not.
First thing I hear when I come in is someone is an R word. That's coming from. By the way, welcome in, Angel Rose. That is from a tweet from the American president, and specifically. Let's see. When did he use that? Oh, yes, he's referring to Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, as seriously retarded. Yeah, valid. I mean, it's Tim Walz. What do we expect? He's a rather pathetic little man.
Not left, they're not right, they're nuts. They're nutballs. Like, these are people that think they're talking to demons. These are people that think that they know Donald Trump. Yeah, they're not in a party. Yeah, they're not in a party.
For the president, it's valid. Yeah, I think it's about time we sort of get over and drop the sensitivity over things like that. Us in the older generations, we grew up with people being called retards all the time, and you know, we turned out all right for the most part. I think if something like mere words can get to you like that, then there's bigger troubles to contend with.
Like, yeah, some of these people could have gotten, you know, radicalized by rhetoric or something like that, but these people are very, very far beyond that as well. So, yeah, leftists are nuts in general. Well, the problem with left-wing violence is that social media has a tendency to tolerate it or think that it's okay, right? Like, for example, like after Charlie Kirk got killed, and you had a bunch of people talking about, like, oh, he deserved it, it's a good thing, right? So that's really what the problem is. The actual problem isn't that it happens. The problem is that there's a culture around it happening that glorifies it. And that's the real issue. The real issue isn't stuff like this happening. And I understand that obviously that might sound crass or, you know, harsh to say, but I really believe that to be true. It's not necessarily the thing itself. It's the culture around the thing and how it's tolerated. That's going to...
Yeah, I mean... These sorts of acts of violence are going to happen no matter what. We live in a fallen and very imperfect world, and there's people that are going to... There are people who are going to commit acts of violence and even acts of murder, no matter what you do. You can have the safest country in the world, and it's not going to be a society that is completely and totally free of crime, and especially of assault and murder. I mean, it's going to happen. But as Asman is saying, it's the real issue here is with the whole glorification culture around it. bad enough that someone like Charlie Kirk was murdered in front of a crowd of people. But then you had legions of ungodly just completely going mask off and celebrating it just because they disagreed with what he said. So because they disagreed with what he said, that all of a sudden made his murder all right. That's a sick philosophy. But these are very sick people that we're dealing with. And it really just goes to show you that we can't share a country or societies with people like that. We just can't. If your entire belief structure is that those who oppose you should be targeted for violence and even death, there is no living peaceably next door to that. There just isn't.
All the real use of political violence who seem from the left, like hits against lies, yeah, they could be crazy, but they could just also be anarchists. Well, I think that you like, that's a huge difference though, right? Like somebody going and like slapping an ICE officer or even throwing a rock at an ICE officer, like that is like multiple measures and like magnitudes of like severity different than trying to get the drop on somebody, getting a gun, shooting them in the head, and then killing somebody. Like, that's totally different. Now, even though you could kill somebody with a rock and, you know, some of these people would want to shoot the ICE members, going and doing that is crazy. That's crazy behavior. Another mentally ill retard. How long we get the fact that the left is overwhelmingly using extreme violence? Well, I think that the left does weaponize violence way more often than right-wing people do, at least nowadays. I mean, you want to look at it historically, yes. You can go back and forth about it, but I think that nowadays, especially in the last 5 years, it's undeniable that, like, the vast majority of left-wing of violence is left-wing people, right? And by the way, all of the studies and everything that show this stuff are totally biased, and their data collection is completely biased. They are not actually trying to, they're adding in like prison violence and shit like that into right-wing violence, like because neo-Nazis are just categorically right-wing, but the left-wing people there, or the people that are like the opposite of neo-Nazis are not categorically left-wing. No. It's very obvious that, like, you know, again.
Sometimes you even have information recorded where left-wing individuals and groups are categorized as right-wing individuals and groups. That doesn't sound sus at all, does it, chat?
Like, look at Tesla burnings, look at the ICE riots, look at, you know, the BLM riots. These were all left-wing crash outs, right? It was, every single time. So yes, and they weaponize their emotions violently, kind of deep, but thoughts. Yeah, they do. And I don't think that anybody should put up with it, I'll tell you that. And you're on a topic,
no,
government's going to arrest people for online hate speech. How do we...
And yet, in the wake of deaths like Charlie Kirk's, what's happened? What has happened? Nothing. After moving heaven and earth, a few people lost their jobs. But overall, nothing happened. Except perhaps a few members on the right acting like controlled opposition and tone policing everyone else, and engaging in infighting. That's all we got. Who's going to tell Asman the whole reason why black and brown shirt militias in the 20s and 30s had to be formed was to protect their parties and even regular people from left-wing violence, which the state did nothing to stop? Oh, if he doesn't know now, tides of history may turn such that that may be what happens. Who knows? It could become a situation where people get pissed off enough that, yeah, they do start to take matters into their own hands. But then again, we've got a lot of lazy, stupid people out there. So I don't hold out a whole lot of hope.
prevent those laws from being used to punish criticism or unpopular opinions. I wasn't talking about hate speech. I never said hate speech. If you think that I said that, I don't know why you think that, but I didn't. And so, yeah, it's really just that simple. What I did say, though, actually, is that let me see here, taking a suspect into custody. Oh, here we go.
Andrew McCabe, a former FBI deputy director. Andy, we are just learning from our producer that the scene has been secured. This is 17th and I, 1 block from...
How much longer do you think the far-right MAGA will put up with this before they start fighting back? Apparently they never will. Like, I don't know. Like, in my opinion, if it hasn't happened yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. Like, in my opinion, I think that you need to just totally crush these people. Like, any of these people that are, like, advocating for violence online, any of these people that are going on the internet saying this stuff, going on TV shows that are, like, you know, playing footsie with it, etc. I think that, you know, again, they could absolutely crucify them for doing this, and they don't do that. And I think the fact that they don't do that is it enables more of it to happen. And I think that what's going to happen is that...
I don't think they have the will to do it. We had the wind at our backs with the death of Charlie Kirk. There was a political will to do something about this. Enough people were pissed off about it that they were finally willing to do something. And it all got pissed away. I think it was, who was it, Sam Hyde, who said you have about maybe 2-4 weeks to do something about it. To really seriously do something about it. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. He's right about that. We'll never fight back. We'll never be united front. You've got Patriot Front and that's it. Yeah. Yeah, you've got small little splinter groups that might be willing to do something about it, but who knows if you can even trust those groups. That's another thing, you don't know who's been infiltrated. You don't know who or what is a complete and total glow-op. Because nobody seems to know a fucking thing about OPSEC. Which is why so many of these groups just seem to be infiltrated with feds. And they absolutely glow in the dark.
Every single one of these things that happens makes it to where the multiplier effect to the counter response will be worse. So basically, if it was only one bad thing that happened, you probably wouldn't have a very big counter response. But it's kind of like, here's a really great example for this. This is like Twitter. So if you look at Twitter, people, whenever they weren't able to, like, Twitter was less racist when it wasn't actually heavily moderated. Like, I'm talking in like 2012, 2013. There wasn't really a lot of moderation on Twitter. People could generally say and do what they wanted to do. It was actually less racist then than it is now. And by a mile, too. Like, infinitely less racist. But the reason why it's a lot more racist now is because people spent years, and they hate gay people, they hate trans people, is that they spent years telling people that you can't do this. And so whenever you tell people that you can't do this and you oppress them, and then you tell them, oh, you can't have this opinion, you can't say this thing, and then finally they're able to do it, they do it even more than if they were just allowed to do it in the first place.
They tried to clamp down too hard. Pressure started building up. And now what we're seeing is the pressure being released. Then again, we're also, as a society and as a world, being forced to confront a lot of hard truths, a lot of uncomfortable truths about people from various parts of the world that in polite society you just didn't talk about. Even though it was absolutely true, it was still not considered something for polite conversation. And now you've got people having those conversations anyway. And it's forcing a lot of people to confront a lot of very uncomfortable realities about the world and about the people in it.
So I think that's really it. Do you think the left's response to January 6th and perceived incompetence from terrible economy circumstances of the country? Yeah, of course. Obviously, the economy is a big reason. Yeah, sure. COVID brought way too many normies online? Yeah. They do it out of spite? They do. And I think that doing things out of spite is incredibly underrated. It's crazy how effective doing things out of spite is. Because the reason why it's so effective, and this is why it's such a dangerous political tool, is because it doesn't have any sort of obligation to morality. There is no obligations to ethics or morality. It doesn't matter about whether, are you right or are you wrong? It's not about that. It's about how can I take the most things away from you? And if you make policy based off of that, and you're doing things based off of that, that's not a good thing. It's crazy people want to be seen as heroes by those who glorify it. Yeah, definitely. And they think they can get the recognition that Luigi got. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
In the White House, there is a suspect currently in custody. Obviously,
I don't know why Luigi Mangione gets sort of lumped in. I don't think I would consider what he did to be an act of left-wing violence. Honestly, I would see it as almost like a form of centrist or even apolitical violence. An effective argument, I think, was made by Malcolm and Simone Collins from the Based Camp podcast that one particular act of violence actually yielded positive change. In that there were a lot of people, even including some people that Malcolm and Simone knew, who were going to have like coverage cancelled or have premiums go up, and within days of the United Healthcare CEO being gunned down in New York, major reversal of course with them to where they finally gained an ounce of compassion in their souls. And they said, yeah, you know what, we're not going to raise these people's premiums. We're not going to deny this coverage. You're good. Kiro Ahiruchi, thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in. What's poppin'? The whole world, apparently. Jedi, welcome in. How are you?
we have very limited details, just that several people were hurt. At least one member of the U.S. National Guard has been shot. Can you give us a sense of how an investigation like this begins, essentially? We have a suspect in custody, but now is when some of the real work begins.
Funny, yeah, that years ago? Yeah, I know.
So, especially if we go back...
There's TV networks like CNN, MSNBC that radicalize the lunatics. I think that news publications, like I think Fox does it too for right-wing people as well, but I do think that news, like basically a lot of media plays a huge role in radicalizing people. You're right. Look at the photo of the suspect. I don't know if they have a photo of them. I'll see what
Doing okay currently at work? Well, I hope you're having a good day at work.
Are they black? Oh my God, are they black?
Nope, Middle Eastern.
Oh wow. It's a guy. It's a fat guy. And then, oh, he's got a beard, and so he must be a Muslim. Yes!
Spoilers.
It's a guy with darker skin, and he's got a beard. It must be a fucking Muslim. I knew it. I knew it. Just look at him. Why is he half naked? Great question. Amazing question. Why is he half naked? I don't know.
In his underwear, perhaps? I don't know.
Yeah, is he wearing lingerie? Yeah, his name must be Muhammad, guys. Jesus Christ. I don't know whether that's true or not. And it's unfortunate he's in custody and not a hearse. Yeah, true. And very, very true. Hippocratic oath shouldn't apply to these people.
Great tweet from Nick Sorter. Should have turned them into Swiss cheese. They should have. Really should have. They would have been justified.
I don't know about that. I think it's fine to treat them. It's okay. You get this guy back and healthy, and then his job is to turn big rocks into little rocks for the rest of his life. Problem solved. Seems good to me. It's either Muhammad or Jihad.
No. Him chipping away at large rocks to make little rocks is too kind. You kill military personnel on the street like that, death penalty. Death penalty for this arsehole.
What if his name is Muhammad Jihad?
And believe you me, the feds are involved with this, so death penalty, if they have any good sense, will be on the table. If not, it will be an absolute travesty of justice, an absolute injustice.
Oh my god. Can you imagine that? What if he's trans, too? A trans guy named Muhammad Jihad.
Stranger things have happened.
Man. Or Steve.
Though I doubt it.
The guy's name is Steve Williams. Yeah, family came over into Mayflower. She's just got a bit darker skin and a beard. Yeah. Yeah, Jack Smith. Oh, man. And, yeah, I guess we're going to find out, right? And just a pilgrim. Yeah, Stephen Williams. And imagine being a trans Hobbit Muslim. Oh, you're right. And I guess we'll find out. I mean, it's, you know, it's ongoing, right?
Law enforcement, Metro Transit Police, MPD, U.S. Park Police, and Secret Service all involved. And I'll tell you, on our way here to the White House to help assist in the coverage, we saw a large police and fire presence right down by Capital One Arena. We believe there's a Caps game tonight, and we thought perhaps it had to do with the shooting here, but it was an elderly couple that had lost control and smashed into a building along 7th Street, basically right across the street at excuse me, I said 17th, 7th Street at I, right across basically from Capital One Arena, and there were National Guard troops standing there helping to provide perimeter security down at that.
Yeah, it seems like nobody really knows, right? And they're afraid of things. Yeah, they're aiming for Candace and Miss. I've been burned by our government too many times. I frankly don't believe the reason they're bombing these boats is drugs when the result they want is another regime change war. Well, I mean, why not both, right? I mean, if you think the guy's bringing over drugs and he's allowing his country to infect your country with drugs, then wouldn't you also want regime change? Like, I mean, if you have somebody that's basically saying that you think that it's acceptable that a bunch of people in your country are sending over poison to another country to like, I mean, this is my outlook on it.
My prediction, I think, still holds true, chat. I think we are going to see war, some type of military action against Venezuela. If not by the end of the year, probably sometime next year. Incidents like this will probably be used as pretense to justify that.
Right? Is that we spend I spend $1 trillion on the military. Like, the U.S. spends $1 trillion. I pay my taxes every year for the military. If we can't get rid of a guy who is allowing people to basically commit chemical warfare against our country, if we can't get rid of that person, I want my money back. I do. I want it back. Well said. Then let's just cancel the military. Because obviously we're not using it. So why are we paying for it? Yeah, we spend so much money on missiles. Yeah, we're spending all this money on missiles, all this money on bombs, all this money on aircraft carriers, and you're telling me that we can't figure this out?
Yeah, spending all this money on all of those things, and you're telling me you don't plan on using any of them? Seems like a bit of a waste. No, you can bet, chat. if someone is demanding we spend so much money on guns and bombs, they have every intention of coming up with a reason to use them.
It's nuts. Yeah, out of the reasons they're being aggressors who have no care for our laws, why the hell would we treat that? Yeah, exactly. And did you see the National Guardsmen that got shot out of the White House? Yeah, I did. It's still kind of uncertain whether the person was a, like why they did it or anything like that. I have no idea. We know details of the incident. MAGA Twitter's already started blaming Democrats for telling the military not to follow unlawful orders, which is the law. I think, again, Hassan is engaging in dishonesty.
I mean, the blood is on their hands. The blood is definitely on their hands. Had some tweets about that earlier. Yeah, let me refresh here. Yeah, there they are. The Seditious Six. And here's what we were mentioning earlier, chat. West Virginia National Guard member Seta Beckstrom, age 20, not expected to recover, her father Getty says per the New York Times. Quote, I'm holding her hand right now. She has a mortal wound. It's not going to be a recovery. Pray for the family and for swift justice. About 20 years old. Life was barely getting started.
It's just he's engaging in blatant dishonesty. You don't get to tell people constantly that, Trump is an existential threat. He's a constitutional threat. He's doing all these bad things, and he's not following the law and everything. And then oh wow, you make a video and you say don't listen to people and don't follow illegal orders after you've just spent months telling people that what his orders are illegal. Like, you're very clearly trying to paint the picture of him being a fascist dictator that's trying to take over everything. And by the way, he's very clearly not, okay?
I maintain that I think that whole don't give up the ship thing that we saw, I think that was the trigger for some sort of op. Like this in particular. I think this was the go trigger to have something like this happen.
And sometimes I wish he was more of one, because I think that people are running fucking wild, and it could be a lot better if we didn't deal with it. So yeah, it's so dishonest. Yeah, it's so dishonest. Completely dishonest. It's driving a narrative. Yeah, they're driving a narrative about this. People insulting the President of the United States, doesn't know whether the guys in boats are civilians or drug smugglers or wild. Just think about what you're saying for a second. You think the CIA has the same doubts as you? Yeah. But either way, again, I don't think that the Democrats saying this, I don't really think that's the reason why this happened. I think it's probably just going to be a nutball, right?
Actually, what the president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to quite frankly, watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent. It reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s. Actually, what
CNN guest just a few weeks ago comparing the National Guard to Nazis. 2 National Guard members shot in D.C. These Democrats know exactly what they're doing. They wanted violence against the National Guard. It's funny the ones who are anti-Trump keep saying he's been unconstitutional, unlawful, etc. Because if they think what he's doing, which is barely anything in my eyes, problematic, imagine what they would make of FDR. Oh, yeah. What Trump has done pales in comparison to what we've seen of previous American presidents in the 20th century and even into the 19th century and further back. I mean, Eisenhower had something like 750 federal agents And those agents were able to round up well over 1 million illegal aliens and kick them out of the country. Didn't hear a thing about that. If anything, most people were in favor of it. But that was back when America was still a fairly functioning country. I take that back. They love FDR since he's one of the biggest reasons why America is why it is now. True and real. And FDR, I think, was just a continuation of the grand designs from people like Woodrow Wilson.
So at a certain point, you have to assume that this level of...
A continuation of the... what was termed war socialism.
rhetoric and constantly comparing these people to Nazis is probably a contributor towards hostility about them. Now, we don't know whether that's the case with this one or not, but I think that to say that the rhetoric doesn't matter, if the rhetoric doesn't matter, then why do you keep using it? I mean, think about it like that. So yeah, he was there, right? Yeah,
it because they know it's effective.
He's over 90 years old. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously he's speaking about like history, but like in general, I'm from Germany and that's bullshit what they say. I mean, again, like this is just what they say everything, right? They compare him to Nazis. 2 troops were just shot. This is a direct result of the left's dangerous rhetoric. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that everybody engages in like extreme rhetoric, but some of this stuff that happens, and oh, here we go.
It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians.
Other way around, it seems.
Yeah.
It is a very, very stressful situation for these law enforcement and for the communities on the ground. So it was basically a warning to say, like, if you're asked to do something, particularly against American citizens, look at these videos coming out.
Yeah, sure, against American citizens. How do you know they're a citizen? Yeah, there you go, Karen, shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Except they're not doing this against American citizens. The idea was to go after illegal aliens. People in the country illegally. But those are also the same sorts of people that Elissa Slotkin and her ilk count on for easy votes come election time. They want those people to remain in the country, and they want elections to not be secure so that they can stay in power. And they know they need those people. Without it, they can't get the majorities that they once held. Always remember the Federal Reserve was curiously formed after the Titanic, which had pretty much every single economist who opposed the Federal Reserve in the government. Yeah, funny how that worked. Funny how all that worked out. Almost makes you think they planned the whole thing. Very easy to put the tinfoil hats on with that one.
It's pretty obvious what's going on here, right? It is. It's pretty fucking obvious. And anyway, where's here? I'll see if I can find that. Don't want to really look at that. And there's the guy right there, civilian. It's an Arab Muslim. I mean, it's impossible to have any idea.
Well, we know now that
attacks and assaults on
he is.
ICE agents, federal officers, law enforcement, and now we have National Guardsmen. I have no doubt in my mind that this person will be brought into custody. There's extremely high-level cameras, video surveillance, and I guarantee you that all hands are on deck right now.
They're going to get his ass.
That Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security is looking into this. I guarantee you FBI will be involved, local police departments. Disgusting, but we see how they're ramping up attacks and assaults on ICE agents, federal officers, law.
Yep, there we go. And National Guard are normal people. They aren't programmable robots. These people are disgusting. Yeah, sure. And I hate that had a chance to meet with people who live with the Nazi occupation. It's so fucking annoying when people bring it up to diminish what happened to those people. If they were still alive, they'd for sure not agree with these morons. Yeah, I think that a lot of them wouldn't. I mean, it's such a crazy misrepresentation to say that, you know, trying to enforce like the border laws, for example, is the same as like Nazi Germany. It's just crazy. But yeah, this is what I think that they do, right? Is that they go and they will make these implications that, oh, this is kind of like in Germany in the 1930s. So they kind of put pieces together and allow other people to fill in the gaps, to call them Nazis or to justify being violent towards them. Both are confirmed dead, are they? I don't know. Let me see.
Were injured in the line of duty. And first of all, I want everybody who's a person of faith to say a prayer for those 2 National Guardsmen, that they're able to spend Thanksgiving with their families instead of losing their lives, because I understand they're still in pretty tough condition. But I think it's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard, our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day in that building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States Army,
on Thanksgiving,
let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe and they're going to spend Thanksgiving with their families. God bless them.
Martial law is trending. What's this? Martial law. Declare martial law in this country, shut it down and clean it up. This is it. Funny how Redditors hate martial law, but bestow their own kind of martial law in the form of Occupy protests by blocking daily life. Again, they're not against martial law. They want to be the ones doing martial law. It's that simple. It's pretty easy to understand. Yeah. Would you want martial law? It sounds retarded. No, of course not. Martial law isn't necessary. You just need to figure out. The problem is that
it's going to take a lot more than this to make any sort of reasonable case for martial law. Martial law if it were to be instituted over something like this, would be seen as, by everyone, as an extreme overreaction.
The main issue. The amount of people that are actually causing problems is like extremely minor. It's like such a small fraction of the population. So really, you have to cut off the head of that group. Like, you figure out who the leaders are in this group, you arrest them, you figure out who's actually organizing this, you get rid of them, and then everything else will generally go away. Now, obviously, it's not like it's a instant solution. It's, of course not. But it will reduce it by like 80%. And at that point, the remaining amount can be easily dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And Cash is underperforming. Yeah, please explain martial laws to people. It's basically military police everywhere, right? I mean, it's pretty simple. But I don't know all the details. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's probably a variation. Like, I don't know if we've ever had martial law in the U.S. I think once, but that was like a very, very, very long time ago. So yeah, everybody's asking for martial law. Declare martial law in all blue cities. Oh boy. Go around and round up all the illegals, cartel members and gang members. I mean, I would be okay with that in general. I would. If they do it inside of a city that has a lot of crime, and they just pretty much go in and then get rid of everybody that commits crime, yeah, sure, of course.
Make no mistake, they will be brought to justice.
Get they ass.
Since this is an assault on a federal law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
This will be treated at the federal level as an assault on a federal law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
The FBI will lead out on that.
Now, you attack and kill a Fed, death penalties on the table. In most serious crimes where federal charges are involved, doesn't matter if you're in a death penalty state in the US or not, the death penalty is on the table. And more than likely that is... Honestly, I hope that's exactly what happens to that piece of shit who shot and killed the two guardsmen. It's exactly what he deserves. We need to be executing more of these violent criminals. To send a message to people who would try to do the same thing, but also, frankly, to just clean out the gene pools of people with tendencies towards violence like this.
That mission with our interagency partners, to include the Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, ATF, DEA.
There it is.
We're thankful for the mayor's assistance in this matter, the Metropolitan Police Department and their skills in investigating homicides and gun shootings in this city is exceptional. We will work together collaboratively because this is a matter of national security, because this is a matter of pride. President Trump has been informed. We've been in contact with the White House. We will shortchange the American public with no resources to make sure we find and safeguard our nation's capital right here in Washington, D.C. and bring anyone responsible for this heinous act of violence to justice. I would lastly like to add to the American public and the world.
That's me.
Please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They are here serving our country. They are here protecting everyday Americans and citizens around the world in our nation's capital. They are the heroes of this day, and we must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. I will now turn it over to Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Oh dear.
That's pretty good. That's all right.
Editing the hire on here in real time. That's not the most professional image. Right. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I will post the link in the chat for everyone. Now, let's see. Yeah, this is from Zarathustra responding about this whole thing. Putting up a meme pic. All the times that Trump tweeted out the words law and order. Sure loves to do that a lot. But with the question, are you ever actually going to do anything about any of this? How many more need to die? This is becoming like summer 2020, when BLM and Antifa torched the country for months with total impunity and paid no real price for any of it, aside from a few cringy all-caps boomer tweets. Then this from America First Legal. The Biden-Harris administration claimed they were importing Afghans as refugees who helped the US government, when in reality, officials admitted newly obtained documents from litigation they did not know their identities, and some have allegedly committed heinous crimes. We obtained these documents through litigation against the Department of Justice after it stonewalled their investigation into the Biden-Harris administration's decision-making over the disastrous withdrawal. Documents received reveal utter chaos and incompetence. For example, in early August 2021, the Department of State asked federal government agencies to confirm that a spreadsheet listing Afghans who did not meet the minimum time and service for the special immigrant visa should be referred to the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program for resettlement into the United States because they had supposedly otherwise worked on behalf of the United States or the U.S. government-funded program. There were more details in the spreadsheet circulated. Department of Justice attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul appeared to not recognize any of the names in that particular list. Even the Afghans referred and then nominated by the U.S. Embassy in Kabul for the admission to U.S. RAP, however, would face significant challenges to make it into the United States, such as finding their own way to a third country and supporting themselves while their application for acceptance into the program for resettlement to the US has been reviewed, security checks performed, medical exams done, etc. As early as August 15, 2021, despite the previous guidance that US RAP applicants would need to find their own way to a third country, hundreds were leaving Afghanistan on US Air Force cargo planes. By August 16, 2021, the DOJ National Security Division still considered vetting to be an interagency issue. While the DOJ has not disclosed what the vetting issues were, we also obtained a Department of State cable instructing Post to process civil society leaders as Priority 1 refugee applicants. Civil society leaders include leaders of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, community groups, labor unions, indigenous peoples movements, faith-based organizations, professional associations, foundations, think tanks, charitable organizations, other not-for-profit organizations. Even outside their country of origin, civil society leaders are likely to continue advocating for their respective causes and often remain deeply connected to high-ranking officials in foreign governments around the world. By the 31st of August 2021, the Biden-Harris administration was still figuring out its official talking points in response to questions about the screening and vetting that was taking place to ensure that dangerous individuals would not slip through. Later that day, NBC News contacted the DOJ for answers regarding possible teleconnections, but the DOJ still did not have answers. From the article, quote, a Justice Department spokesman declined to comment. According to the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General, even for the Afghans who were supposed to wait in a third country while their acceptance into a refugee U.S. settlement program was being reviewed, many were just flown into the United States without being fully vetted. Some of these refugees have reportedly been charged with heinous crimes such as rape. The Biden-Harris administration's stonewalling and lack of transparency into its disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan has even led to a threat of contempt for its refusal to comply with a congressional subpoena. As of July 2024, the Department of State Inspector General could not confirm the number of individuals evacuated from Afghanistan, regardless of destination, with support of the U.S. government in 2021. Incredibly, the Biden-Harris administration gave the Taliban operational control over access to the Kabul airport. It provided Taliban officials with lists of U.S. citizens and Afghan human assets and the names of the Americans and Afghan allies it intended to evacuate, even as it relied on the Taliban for security outside the airport. These were people that the United States and coalition troops were fighting only a few years ago. Politico quoted one U.S. official as saying, basically, they just put all those Afghans on a kill list. It's just appalling and shocking and makes you feel unclean. 13 American service members were killed, 18 wounded as a result of the Biden-Harris administration's disregard and incompetence. Ray Idle, welcome in. Good time zone. Hello, hello. The Biden-Harris administration claims to have evacuated more than 123,000 people from Afghanistan. Only 6,000 are American citizens. Through its litigation, America First Legal will continue fighting to expose the Biden-Harris administration's duplicity and disregard for national security. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Redeem. Nothing new. They've been bringing them here for years, losing track of them. In Texas, an Afghan pilot training program was terminated after almost half went AWOL in America. It's pathetic. This is just pathetic. Just setting up another problem. The House Cuddle, tweeting, this is almost exactly what happened in Britain. An unknown number, but in the hundreds of thousands, ended up in Britain due to bureaucratic mix-ups. But forgive me for the degree of suspicion when officials in the US government made exactly the same errors. The left are the same everywhere, and whatever the circumstances, the output of their labors is always the same. Borders cease to function, and chaos ensues. This is what we were talking about a bit earlier. Murdering Charlie Kirk in broad daylight completely worked and did not backfire in any way. Raw Egg Nationalist responding, I hate to admit it, but right now this statement is 100% true. No cost whatsoever is being extracted from the left, apart from a few lost school and government jobs. They targeted and took out one of the most important figures on the American right and got away with it. Lost LT responding, the approach is wild. Leaders use insane rhetoric and language to make people feel okay in violence. Psychopaths commit violence. Normies celebrated on the internet giving positive feedback. Leaders say now violence is bad, giving top cover and providing deniability to the masses as they can go, see, we disavow. Take any response to it or anger from it, such as calling out people celebrating, and paint themselves as the victim. Use media and late-night television to reframe, justify, and shift focus to the reaction versus the action. It's a hell of a program they're running. Christian Haynes, writing about the response from the president to permanently pause migration from all third world countries. It has become extremely popular to blackpill in recent months, partly because many of us rightfully believe that Republicans in DC just do not understand what time it is, and partly because the nature of online discourse in general fuels a sort of neuroticism that generates a self-defeating mindset. But some perspective is necessary here, because I want you to imagine anyone, let alone the President of the United States, declaring in 2012 that he intends to end all migration from the Third World and that only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. The Overton window has shifted. This does not guarantee victory, but it enables a battle to be fought in the first place. And there hasn't been a real battle over immigration policy that hasn't been over how many more infinite migrants should we bring over since the early 20th century. We're no longer debating how liberal our immigration policy should be. We are now, at long last, debating who belongs in this country and who does not. For those who have been involved in politics for more than 10 years, we almost lack the words to describe how monumental a shift that is. Time will tell if they actually do anything, though. Because, again, talk is cheap. A couple of months ago, we found out that a couple of thousand Afghans after 2021 were transported to the UK. How? Of all people, a Royal Marine Lance Corporal accidentally sent a wrong email that somehow got thousands here. How the fuck does an email end up with several thousand Afghans in the UK? Beats me, mate. That was a story of so we were told. Yeah. So we were all told. I'm sure the real story is even worse. And speaking of things getting even worse, let us go across the pond to Old Blighty, where we have this from Politics UK. The government has set to scrap trial by jury for most cases. Only murder, rape, manslaughter, and a few public interest cases will go to a jury, while all other cases will be decided by a single judge. If you combine this with speech restrictions, an ideologically captured judiciary, you have the near-perfect system to suppress dissent. Because there's talk that under this new scheme, they can jail people indefinitely for up to 5 years. But I'm sure that will never, ever be abused. Ever. Robert Jenrick, tweeting out and posting a video from Question Time in Parliament. We've had jury trials for over 800 years. But David Lammy, that's the Deputy Prime Minister, was too much of a coward to tell us why he's scrapping them. He's stealing our freedoms and hiding as he does it.
To the Justice Secretary. This government lurches from one outrage to another. Yesterday, the Chancellor shredded her promises and dropped a £26 billion tax bomb on working Britain. Meanwhile, we learnt that the Justice Secretary is plotting to discard centuries of jury trials without so much of a by your leave. And where is the Justice Secretary to answer for this? Do we need to send out a search party to Savile Row in case he's gone suit shopping again this morning? Or perhaps he couldn't face up to the embarrassment that he is now destroying the very principles he once championed. Jury trials are fundamental to the justice system. They're fundamental to our democracy, and we must protect them. Not my words. Those of the Justice Secretary himself. And this time, he was right.
Until it was inconvenient for him and for his party. They know they're losing. They know they're losing bad. And yet, rather than just graciously admitting defeat, having the decency to call for snap elections, no, they're just saying, yeah, you know that whole Magna Carta thing? Yeah, let's just throw that out the window. We don't need that. Let's use hate speech laws against our opposition and against protesters and lock them up for up to 5 years without trial. Let's just throw a scare into everyone. Lock them up, throw away the key. I mean, maybe in that 5 years we put them in front of a judge that has been appointed by us and who is effectively one of us. And who almost guarantees all the outcomes that we could want. Lecture people on how diversity is our strength and blah blah blah. Before they jail them for a year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, however long they're in the mood to jail people. Clang bang. See you later.
There is wisdom in 12 ordinary citizens pooling their collective experiences of the world. But now he's in government. He's doing the complete opposite. He blames the court backlog. But if the courtrooms standing empty this year were used, the backlog would be down by 5,000 to 10,000 cases.
Yeah, they could clear the backlog quite easily in Britain if they would open the fucking courts and make use of them. But instead, no. We have courtrooms that just stand empty. Why? No one really knows. And their response is to not make use of the resources that they already have, but no, to do the old Rahm Emanuel approach of never let a crisis go to waste, a crisis that they themselves created. Tear up the Magna Carta, get rid of jury trials. And you watch. They will start getting more aggressive. And you will see more aggressive jailing of people who dare to criticize the government. We've been watching them create this system for years now. And this is it, people. This is it.
He pleads poverty on law and order. But yesterday the Chancellor came here and found £16 billion more to spend on benefits. The truth is the Labour Party just don't think ordinary people are up to it. They don't trust them with these decisions. Give away the Chagos Islands, shackle us to the ECHR, scrap jury trials, all because lawyers know best.
Lawyers never know best. Lawyers are the last people that you want deciding these sorts of things. If anything, lawyers are the sorts of people that we need to disenfranchise the most. Lawyers need to be, much like politicians, relegated to a sort of second-class citizen status, as a sort of collective punishment for the absolute ruination that they have brought to the Western world. I think a far more merciful, magnanimous solution than the Shakespearean method, which is, to quote Shakespeare, let us kill all the lawyers.
And when the Justice Secretary is summoned here to the People's House, what does he do? He cowers. He cowers away. Well, the people who make up juries,
That's what cowards
the
do.
British people, they won't wear it anymore. So I've one simple question for the minister he sent in his stay. Will she protect what is fundamental to our democracy? Or will she stand by as the Justice Secretary casually casts aside centuries of English liberty?
Yeah, here.
This government lurches from what...
Yeah, so that's all happening over there. And, oh, we've got an update to one particular story. This is from the State of Politics. This is Bo Dade, one of the contributors to the podcast The Lotus Eaters. I'm going to move myself back over here into my customary corner. On chat, I'm going to slide you back over here. There we are. Right. Remember that whole story about the massive rubbish dump? I believe it was near Oxfordshire. There's just a gigantic canal of trash, of garbage. It looked absolutely disgusting and just an absolute environmental nightmare. Well, we've got an update now. Apparently that was all the result of one person. One person. And they're not revealing his identity, and they're telling the public, don't speculate. The Coulter rule strikes again. What do we want to bet? It is a minority from some third world tin pot little country in Africa, the Middle East, maybe India. What do we think the over-under is on that one, chat? Anyway, let's check out the video.
Bo, do you remember the curious case of the gigantic field of trash? The garbage mound. Rivers of trash, garbage, rubbish, whatever you want to call it. Well, a man has been arrested. Just a man.
One man.
Just a man. Now,
one man did all of this. We don't
really know much about it, to be honest. I had to go hunting for this. Again, considering this shocked pretty much the entire nation, aside from third worlders, everyone was really shocked and appalled. Like this gained huge traction online. It was a massive uproar, huge amounts of anger from, civilized people, just i.e., natives.
Yes.
Yeah, this was just gently hidden. Gently hidden somewhere in the BBC, news page. So just to remind anyone watching that hasn't actually seen this, this is drone footage of a gigantic mountain of shit, not excrement, but trash, garbage, in the Oxford countryside.
Right off the motorway. Right off a dual carriageway.
Just there. We don't live like this. This is not something we've ever... I don't remember anything ever like this.
One person did all this. That's incredible. Just shocking.
Ever happening before. Now, it may have. You can correct me down below in the comments if maybe you guys are familiar with another incident like this, but I'm really not. Not like this. Not, again, I'll play that again. Not to this extent. I mean, this is a mountain of garbage longer than delivery trucks, because you can see them going past in the drone footage. Like, that is huge. So this was just randomly discovered in Oxfordshire. People were like, there's mountains of shit there, guys. Right next to, I don't know if it shows it here. I think it does, actually. So as it scrolls down through over to this side, right here, just out over here off to the right is a river. So as it rains, all this detritus will end up washing into our already damaged and bad rivers as is, because we've allowed water companies to fill them with shit, basically, and chemicals and crap, and damage it even more, damage the ecosystems even more, because apparently we're led by politicians that just simply do not care about this country remotely, yet they profess to want to lead it. So that was it was a huge concern, a huge environmental hazard, massive problem.
One quick note I'll just quickly add to that is the river, but also the water table. When you leave loads of trash like that and it's not in a proper place, like a designated dump that's got a big slab of concrete, then all the stuff would eventually kind of dissolve and get through into the water table and poison the water that way as well.
Yep.
So it's truly environmental. Right, it's truly bad. It's not just a bit annoying and a bit of an eyesore and a bit smelly. It's like, no, it's really bad. You're poisoning the landscape.
Yeah. And seeing as we're an agricultural country, should be, that's why we have the rolling hills that we're famous for, because that's all built from agriculture. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, this is...
This is an environmental disaster. And it's not being sold to the public in headlines as an environmental disaster because the man with the fly tipper doesn't fit the narrative.
Basically. So just as a reminder, that's what happened. And then we get this article 6 hours ago at time of recording this on the 25th of November. Just says a man has been arrested. Just a man. So a 39-year-old man from the Guildford area. It's quite far. That's reasonably far from...
More than likely not originally from Guildford. Probably not even originally from the UK.
Oxford, isn't it? Guildford? It's quite far.
Yeah, well...
Not super close. Getting closer to that, sort of London area. Guildford, I guess, isn't it? Ish. Yeah. Guildford, is that in Surrey?
Is that
near Surrey?
Is that to drive there?
I think that's right.
I mean, very deliberately, over and over and over again. That was the other thing that, when I first saw this, I saw this headline like an hour ago or so. I just thought, a man. Well, one, of course, it's suspicious and weird that they're not describing him in any way or giving a name or anything. Just a man, okay. But that it's one person. It's like, I find it hard to believe that it's, although it is possible that if he just was doing this for weeks or months on end, truckload after truckload after truckload, okay, it's possible it's one person, but it seems unlikely to me that it's just one person who's responsible for this. Again, when you look at that drone footage, it's an actual...
It's a mountain.
It's a mountain.
Yeah.
How's one person done that? Even with...
Well, so I watched the video. I watched a video of some, like...
More than likely, it was done over the course of weeks and maybe even months. Who knows? He could have been at it for well over a year. We really don't know.
conservationist blokey on YouTube. I honestly can't actually remember the channel, otherwise I'd give him a shout out. But he went there to see it in person, and it is professionally processed rubbish, right? Like there's plastics that are all like mulched up, basically. So it looks like this man has some form of company, basically. Right. I would imagine. That's what I would. I'm just guessing. I have no idea, but but based on all available information and the people that had gone to see it, that's what it's looking like anyway. Now, here's the annoying thing. So Prime Minister Keir Starmer is like, we're going to use all available powers to make those responsible pay for the cleanup. Well, can you just clean it up first? Can you just clean it up first?
Yeah, I'm going to press X to doubt on that. All available powers. Would any of us be surprised if all of the available powers just turned out to be, oh, there's no available powers? I really don't think anyone's going to be held accountable for this. If this was a native-born Englishman doing this with a fly tipper, you can bet the BBC would have his name plastered all over. But no, all we have is a man has been arrested over a huge pile of fly-tipped waste dumped in a field in Oxfordshire.
Maybe. Can we do that? Because it's been sat there for quite a long time. We've got quite, actually, very, very, very heavy downpours of rain recently. Like, there was,
who knows how much of that has washed into the river.
I can't remember which day it was, but it was like in the last week or so, there were several months worth of rain all in one go. It was massive floods. It was massive floods in Swindon at the time, actually. Like,
so this could have been a much higher heap of waste. Much higher. No telling how much of it has just washed out. And possibly gotten into the river and the water supply.
It needs to be cleaned up immediately. It shouldn't have been sat there any longer than it needed to be. And you don't really have any, you don't do any of this stuff. You're weak. You're pathetic.
Yeah.
This guy should. It's not about paying for it to be cleaned up. This guy should be made a massive example out of. Right? Like he should be. I don't know. Actual prison time. To be fair, like I'd be happy with getting prison time. Anyone who did this, you spend a few years in prison. Yeah,
I mean,
you should care for your environment. You should care for where you live. You know, you're the stewards of this land for the next generation. You don't just fill it with shit. It's gross. So yeah, a few years in prison, I'd be fine with that.
Those numbers there are absolutely remarkable. 150 meters long, nearly 500 feet long, and 6 meters deep, 20 foot deep.
That's huge.
That's mad to me. Although the thing that I didn't realise, that I've literally just learned when you said it just then, is that it's some sort of professional, semi-professionally mulched up type.
You see, you can see it there, look.
Yeah. Now you say it, I can see it. Yeah. So what it seems, it's not just like one builder dude who has to get rid of like old broken wardrobes and a bit of like insulation and stuff. No, it looks like, exactly as you said, it looks like someone where it's their job, it's their business to sort of professionally get rid of rubbish, and that it would cost them loads of money to do that correctly, and in order to just pocket all the money as profit, you just dump it somewhere and that's it, and you keep the money.
Whoever did this can't be the only ones in the world doing this sort of thing. I've heard it said and seen over and over again how much recycling programs and whatnot have just turned out to be massive scams. Especially a plastic recycling. Or styrofoam recycling. The programs that we have in the Western world to recycle paper products and glass are excellent. We've got those down to a science. But the thing that people are still struggling with, plastics.
That's what it. That totally makes sense.
There's a lot of plastic in that pile.
Still, he must have been doing it for a long time. Even if he's got quite a big lorry, even if he's got like a 14-ton lorry or whatever. 20 feet deep, 500 feet long. That's more than a couple of trips, isn't it?
He's been at that for a while.
It speaks to me that someone's been doing this for ages.
Yes.
Yes,
what
it's
a piss take.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane.
What a scumbag.
Yeah. So they've started to clean some of it up by the looks of things. Still not really good enough, though.
No, damage has been done.
Have
not
to.
good
It's
enough.
exactly one of those sorts of things. It should just never have happened in the first place. It just should never have happened in the first place. I'll be interested to know if and when we find out who this person actually is.
They even said it. Phil Davies, head of the Joint Unit for Waste Crime, says, "We would ask that the public and media do not speculate about the identity of any other individuals who may be connected with the offending at this location or interfere with the waste on site as we continue to..." Well, so we're not allowed to speculate on the identity?
Yeah, how about you just fucking tell us who it is that you've arrested? Why don't you just release the identity? I mean, we all know why. Because they're probably some protected minority group. And the Joint Unit for Waste Crime is more interested in making sure they don't flare up any racial or ethnic tensions. Which probably could be engendered if they were to, at least in their mind, they think it will, if they reveal the identity of who did this. Which maybe it will, maybe it won't, but the people have a right to know.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah. All right, I'll just wait until it comes out, because if he does go to court, which it must do one way or the other, then it'll become a matter of public record. And then I'll say whatever I like, Phil. Because at the moment, it would be pure speculation. Whether they're...
Yeah, it definitely could be a native, for sure. The higher chance is it's going to be a foreigner, though. There is a higher statistical chance of it being a foreigner.
Yes.
Or Irish. Oh, yeah. Shots fired at the Irish.
Well, no, traveller community. Yeah, it could be, definitely.
God knows. I wouldn't imagine... Well, a normal person wouldn't do this. A normal person that considered this island their home, their ancestral home.
500 feet long.
But 6 meters deep. That's like...
That's mental.
20 feet. That's the size of a house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's as high as a house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's probably not even easy to back a lorry in and keep doing that until it's piled up 20 foot high. How's that even done?
They were off-roading.
Cheeky, dirty scumbag. Ugh.
It's a miracle they didn't get stuck in the mud. Probably did a few times. Anyways, that's from the state of politics. at Bodade. Post a link to that in the chat. I'm wondering. Oh, this is good. I've been wanting to get to this for a while.
Hello, ladies.
This is from Lotus Eaters Daily. Title is Exodus of the Europeans. Those of you on Twitter, maybe you follow Naomi Sabed. It is apparently not safe for her to live in a native Germany anymore. Move myself over a bit. It apparently is not safe for her to live in Germany anymore. She's been a free speech activist for many years, supporter of the AfD, and as she notes in her tweet, she's been the target of intelligence surveillance, state media defamation, threats by Antifa. And she's now applying for asylum due to political persecution. She's got people in her corner, a lot of big names, but she's one of those special cases. I don't know if other people are going to be so lucky, but let's have a look at this video here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all well today. I just wanted to have a discussion with you about something. So, towards the end of October, the German activist Naomi Seat, and I apologise if I'm mispronouncing that, basically declared her intention to gain political asylum in America because of the persecution of the German state against
it's getting bad.
Basically its own citizenry, right? Like Germany, as every other nation in Western Europe and most of the world.
They're going after people in Germany for tweets poking fun at politicians. There was a whole thing on 60 Minutes in America about it. Done almost without any judgment, but even with tacit support. And these German officials just saying, yeah, this is what we're doing. We're arresting people for mean tweets. We're arresting people for supposed fake news or misinformation. We'll just knock on your door with the police and we'll drag you off in the middle of the night. I don't even think a certain Austrian painter could have dreamed of having power like that. And yet here we are.
The Anglo world as well, and we'll get onto that. Because essentially it has reduced us to second-class citizens in our own home, and it has empowered foreign voices who are hell-bent on vengeance and destruction for past grievances of colonialism and just, racial guilt and antagonism against us. And so all of these things are coming to a head, and we're really in the point now where, for those Europeans who are left in Europe, and we are obviously still the overwhelming majority, but people are really starting to feel the boot, people are really starting to get scared, and it's having a material impact on our lives. Things get harder every year, it seems. You have to reflect on back during the Rivers of Blood speech by Enoch Powell, when he talked about the fact that that speech was given in reaction to the fact that a gentleman, some local constituents of his in Wolverhampton, simply said, on this trajectory, England will not be a safe or good place for my children to grow up. Well, we're several generations down the line now. It's not simply their children, but their children's children.
Yes, it's
and
all come
the
true.
trajectory since Powell's time has, of course, only gotten significantly worse. Probably in ways that Powell himself, great intellect that he was, couldn't have even conceived of. And so, as Naomi points out here, as a free speech advocate and supporter of the AFD party, I'm the target of intelligence surveillance, state media defamation, and Antifa threats. And I totally believe this, right? The German state in particular has been remarkably bold in its rhetoric about
I believe Antifa's still based out of Germany, aren't they? Or at least a sizable portion of the network is based in Germany.
Basically doing away with the AFD party, because actually it represents a threat to democracy while simultaneously working towards being the most popular party amongst the demos of that democracy in Germany. And the AFD isn't even really a meaningfully radical party. It's it's at the left wing of the actual right. I would describe it as. But nonetheless, the threat is real, and though I might disagree with the action that Naomi has taken here, I can't pretend that I don't understand it. I can't.
There's at some point you're faced with two options: stay and fight, or run. Seek shelter somewhere else. I don't blame anybody for either choice. I really don't. If you feel it is your duty to stay and fight, I totally understand. And I hope that you're successful. There are others, though, that say, no, I need to live and fight another day. I have to run. As someone who lives in exile in America, I totally understand that. I wouldn't go back to the UK now. The things I talk about on stream, the things I tweet about, I think that alone would... Eventually, I would run afoul of the authorities. I don't trust a situation like that to not happen. So I stay here in America, where I at least enjoy free speech protection. So I can understand Naomi wanting to seek asylum in the US. At least here, she would have more freedom to do the work that she's doing. Whereas in Germany, she doesn't have that freedom. And the authorities could come for her at any moment. So either way, whatever people choose, I don't blame them in the slightest. And I totally understand.
And that I don't understand it. And what's more as well, it's obviously not just activists who are constantly in the fight day in, day out as well. It's a mass of Britons as well. You have here the number of Britons leaving the UK higher than previously thought. And actually, these are dire numbers, ladies and gentlemen.
Especially a lot of the wealthier people of means, they see the writing on the walls and they're getting out. because all they see is a gigantic tax bill coming their way. So a lot of these people are going to places like Cyprus, Dubai, other countries in Europe. Some are coming over to the United States. Some are moving to Canada, perhaps. And who can blame them? Because if they stay, they're just going to be bled dry. And they're going to be living in a fundamentally unsafe country, under a government that hates them and wants them dead.
The number of British nationals who have left the United Kingdom last year has risen from 77,000 to 257,000.
Jesus.
And this is according to revised immigration statistics. Now, obviously, I have to bear in mind, of course, that just because they are British nationals, that doesn't actually mean that they are necessarily British. I know this is a very tough thing for the left to understand, intentionally, of course, but that could well be the case. But still, it speaks to a level of flight from Britain that is truly damning of the current establishment and of the trajectory where we're going, because obviously if things might be tough now, but if they saw hope on the horizon, then there would be many, many reasons to stay. So we can only deduce that actually a lot of this is down to the fact that they don't actually have any hope for the future here. And what a terrible thing it is. Now, obviously, a lot of this is also going to be channeled by economics and the fact that...
Yeah, a lot of people, maybe they are native-born Britons, maybe not. Either way, they just don't see much future for themselves hanging around the UK. So, they're packing the bags and they're leaving. Again, no one can blame them for that.
Labour can't seem to go a day without finding something else to tax us on. I saw milkshake tax being the most ridiculous, latest farcical thing.
It is ridiculous.
But yeah, it's truly, truly terrible. And so we get to the question, I suppose, that we're asked here by Lee, where he says, if Trump allowed Brits to move to the United States and become US citizens, would you go?
Britbongs in the chat. What do you think? If you were allowed to move to the US and become a US citizen, would you go? I put that question to you, UK gang, in the chat.
Now, the comments seem to be quite mixed on this, but...
Let's see. Mark's seen a hold of US visas, was working in the US earlier this year, been trying to talk my wife into us moving to Texas. She's having none of it so far. And Lee responding, "Marry me."
My 2 cents, I would not, under any circumstances, and that is not, and I want to be clear about this, that is not because in any way I'm tied up with obligations and a very, very good job here at the Load Seaters. Even if I was working in Morrison's, I would not leave this country. Right? I love this country. It's my homeland. It's the land that my great-grandfather fought in a trench for, and I'm not leaving it, hell or high water. Even if Britain were to become the worst of the multicultural hellholes when I reach the age of 80,
on its way.
Still, I would endure it here. Now, obviously, this speaks to a hypothetical level of courage and conviction that I appreciate. I've not actually been tried on yet, but I can assure you that the sentiment is there. But what's more as well, why move to the United States? Why is the United States in a greater position than we are at the time?
Brits have options. They can do like a lot of big money types and move over to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. They could probably head further east to places like Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam. That would be... Those three in particular, you would enjoy an incredibly low cost of living and world-class infrastructure and services. Probably even a higher level of quality of life, more luxurious living for a lot less. So you go over there and do rather well for yourself. And especially if you have a job that permits you to, work remotely, then, yeah, go for it, I say. But you can also understand that sort of passionate desire to just stay and fight. This is my home country. Born here, ancestors born here, or die here. For better or for worse, going to tough it out. I understand both. Believe me, I do. I would say I necessarily don't judge, because I do have an opinion on this sort of thing, but I do understand both sides. And I see merits in both arguments, and it really does depend on the individual and on their particular life circumstances. I just want my people to flourish and prosper. In the end, that's my big motivation. I want them to be happy, safe, and prosperous. I think it's the best thing you could hope for anyone, really, but especially for your people. I do hope that my people can get back to a place where they can be safe, happy, and prosperous once again. Much of this decline is a choice by poor leadership. But we can choose better. We can make a different decision. We can choose to go in a different direction. We can choose prosperity again. Lunchtime. Hey, let's go.
Time of recording this, I just did a segment on the podcast yesterday talking about what had recently been happening in Dearborn, which is now an Arab American, so just Arab really, majority city in the United States. And it's very quick to point out, and someone noted this in the comments the other day, that of course they're merely pointing out this is the first Arab majority city in America, which of course implies that there will be many, many others. And when we look at what's happening with New York and how Mamdani owes his victory to basically ethnic displacement of the WASP inhabitants of New York in exactly the same way that the English were forced to flee from London, the problems that cripple us here in the United Kingdom are not so different from the United States. In fact, I would personally argue that they are even more grievous in the United States, but hidden better by the sheer scale of land in America and how distant some of these problems can perhaps feel at times.
The Dearborn, Michigan is very quickly becoming an Arab Muslim enclave. It's been turning into that for a long time. But you wouldn't have known it. Most people would not know it because they're not there, because the United States is a very big country. And unless you're actually in the enclave on a daily basis, seeing it for yourself, you'd never really know. Unless you went there. And there's, like you said, there's a lot of landmass in the United States. So, very easy for something like that to hide in plain sight. And oftentimes, these sorts of things are not noticed by ordinary people until it's too late.
But nonetheless, as well, you have here, although it seems to have mixed up the order that they were said in, Lee points out that, well, in America, they are currently deporting millions. And I think by the end of Trump's presidency, they'll have deported about 8 to 9 million. But
those are rookie numbers. We ought to get those numbers up.
I mean, I think that's pretty optimistically, to be honest with you, but that's your opinion. If any Republican wins the next election, that will continue. They are rolling it back. In the United Kingdom, we are not. Unless Reform wins, we are done.
Even if Reform wins, I'm not sure that they're going to... I don't think they're going to roll it back. As long as you have people like Zia Yusuf in influential positions in Reform, he's going to be whispering into Nigel's ear, you try to deport people like me, you will lose the next election. But I also don't think, as much as they're doing well in the polls, Reform is not the way forward.
Lee, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sure you're a great guy and everything, but there's a critical error in what you're saying here, of course, which is the fact that ICE are merely deporting the illegal immigrants. And so much of the problem, as we drum on time and time again, are, of course, caused by the sheer mass of legal migration. And this, for all of the clever and witty memes posted by Homeland and the White House about how they're going to deport Ilhan Omar, or they're going to, actually appeal to the homeland, the ethnos of heritage Americans. In policy and in practice, they are not doing it. And so the fate of America on its current trajectory is not going to be dissimilar to what we're currently going on through in Europe. And so it is in Canada, so it is in Australia, so it is in New Zealand. We cannot run from this. Now, Naomi has made the calculation that actually the best way that she can serve Germany is doing it from the position of America, because at least in America, she's not going to be persecuted by the administration, by the state. And I understand that. And perhaps that will do well enough for now. But how will it do in 20 years? America, as it stands, is 55% white. This is not going to last forever.
No,
and so I would personally encourage Europeans to stay, to ride the tiger. And because actually, and I say this candidly, for all of our talk, I have never been more optimistic of the position that Europe finds itself in than I have been in these past 2 years. I truly believe that we can turn this around. It is, I mean, a lot of this from my own personal belief comes from Rupert Lowe sort of stepping into politics and having someone...
If there's anyone in UK politics who does offer me a glimmer of hope, it is Rupert Lowe. Now, there's a man who deserves to be the next Prime Minister, because he actually possesses a vision. He actually tries to do shit. Nigel? Can't be bothered. Rupert is actually someone who wants to get things done. And I think more than anything that makes him a threat to the establishment. But if anyone deserves to be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, it's Rupert Lowe. Because he's got the spirit. He's got the drive. And I think even in the position that he's in now, he could still find good people to form a government. But he is going to be, even if he were to become the next Prime Minister, he would be in the absolute fight for his life. Literally and figuratively. Because he would not only be facing substantial opposition from the establishment parties, Labour obviously, but probably the Tories too, and maybe even some elements of reform. He's also going to have to go up against the civil service. The Sir Humphrey Applebys of the British government. That right there needs significant purges and reforms to get rid of as many of them as possible, get rid of as many people in the civil service as possible, get rid of as many of the quangos, the quangocracy, as they call it. Just clear it out. And if anything, to start fresh from the beginning. But that is going to be a monumentally epic fight. And he will be attacked from every angle possible. He may very well be able to get it done, but it will come at great cost. The price that he and any of his supporters will pay will be tremendous. I mean, we are talking William Wilberforce levels of price to be paid. William Wilberforce practically gave his life to end slavery. He fought with every ounce of strength that he had, and only lived long enough to receive the news that slavery had been ended in Britain. When he heard that news, he breathed his last. The changes that need to be made in Britain, in the United States, in Europe, in the entire Western world, this is the sort of price that will have to be paid. People are going to need to sacrifice their very lives and essences to get done what must be done. That is where we are at. That is why I say the hour is late. The cost has gone up tremendously to where the sacrifice now will be people risking their very lives, fighting with every ounce of strength in them to achieve reform. That is where we are at.
To the right of Nigel Farage, not only politically to the right of him, but someone who is not willing to give an inch to the rotten establishment that has actually put us here in the first place, who is not afraid of being called a racist, who is not afraid of the consequences of such a label, because he understands that morally we are right and this is ours, and that no one who has arrived here in the past 80 years has more right to it than we do. And what's more as well, there are a good cohort of younger faces, younger voices, talented people that Rupert is garnering around himself. What's more, we're also in a position now where the old parties of the 20th century, both the Conservatives and Labour, are collapsing, and both are likely to face an extinction-level event come the next election, and that
God
will
willing, yes,
help to clear out the rot and allow a true fight to be had for the heart of the nation.
Honest, that needs to happen. Labour, the Tories, the Lib Dems, the Greens. There just needs to be a clean sweep. And the parties need to go extinct. Because as he said, they have become the detritus that is rotting away the system from within. They all have to go. Clean sweep, fresh start. Desperately needed. Desperately needed.
Between the populist left and the emerging nationalist right. And so I do actually think that our position is stronger now than it was when we were being held back by the Tories. And frankly, the Labour Party aren't strong enough nor smart enough to hold it back and contain it. So our demographics are still firm. They're not good, but they are at least still 73% English. And what's more as well, as we say often here, the heartlands that are untouched by these problems will rally to our side when the problems reach their doorstep as well. And what's more as well,
those problems are coming.
There's not really anywhere that I'd be happy with. And this is just me speaking personally. I'm not denying that America is not a wonderful country, because it is. And I wish you all extraordinarily well. And I would.
No, I take a moment here to say that I've done all right for myself in America. Maybe not the best, but I've done all right. It could be a lot worse. And I'm grateful that I have my family here with me as well. That in these past few years, as my own life has, as I have encountered my own share of difficulties in my life, I am incredibly grateful that I have my family that I can turn to, who have always had my back. And who have helped me out of many situations that, in their time when it happened to them, they had no one they could turn to. And is the one thing that I think they are deserving of so many blessings in this life and in the next, is because they made that decision that it's going to be just a little bit better for my generation. That alone I'm grateful for. And it's something that we should all strive for. I think there's too many people in the older generations that look at the younger ones and just say they deserve nothing and they will receive nothing. I think that's wrong. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. And the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. America is a truly wonderful country. In many ways, it is still a land of opportunity. It is not what it once was. It is suffering just as much as any Western country. But it does remain one of the few places to ride out the storm. And frankly, right now, I'd rather be here than anywhere else in the world. Though there are a few places in the world I should love to escape to, at least for the holiday. And by God, I could use a holiday right now. After these past few years, I could definitely do with another holiday.
You another 250 years. But if I were to personally leave Britain, I don't know if I could ever actually live with that decision. It matters to me too much. And I know it matters to many people listening to this a great deal as well. And so I'm not suggesting that, as I say, Naomi has personally done anything wrong by going to America. She's clearly doing what she thinks best. But
she's doing what's best for her and what's best for her safety, and probably even for the safety of her family. I don't know if she's married or not. Well, she's doing what's best for her own self-interest. And you can't blame her for that.
But I do believe that the fight for the soul of Europe has to be fought in Europe. It requires us to be here, to go into the institutions, to take them back, or simply to dissolve them if they are unsuitable, as many of them are.
Okay, fair point. I do believe, though, that a multi-frontal assault or a multi-frontal strategy can be effective. I think there's just as much good work that could be done for the diaspora outside of the country as there can be with patriots within the country. The Lord knows it's an effective strategy for the opposition, for our enemies. So I don't know if I agree with the idea of concentrating forces per se. I think there is advantages in fighting the war on many fronts. Though I also recognize the risk of spreading oneself too thin. That is also a risk. And we would be woefully naive to deny it.
Can rebuild from this, and I would encourage you all to stick around to help that be possible. We are finally in the position where the establishment, after decades and decades, cannot kick the immigration question further down the road. It is here. They understand at last that this is the number one concern of voters, which is why you see even the Labour Party giving these political gestures and lip service to it. And the fact of the matter is that the more that the problem intensifies, the more radical the solution will have to be to remedy the problems that it has created. And with that, we may finally see the Shire again.
We may very well. God willing, we shall see the Shire. We give that a like. Make sure, chat, you go follow Lotus Eaters Daily and also podcast The Lotus Eaters. Boston, no longer part of the US, now part of Kosovo. Monia! Just came back from a shower, what I'd miss. Reacting to a thing about the great European exodus from the Lotus Eaters. Yeah, I saw that one, yeah. Actually, I think this is a good time. Why do you hear Anglo? Because just to show you where we are at now, and the conversation that's happening in Britain now versus years back. I'm going to fast forward a bit through this one. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but Anglo here posted a couple of speeches in the Castle Rexworth Discord by Jonathan Bowden, formerly of the British Nationalist Party, a now defunct political party. I believe it got shut down by the authorities. This is on YouTube. So fairly, I'd say it's fairly safe to watch this and react to it. I'm going to fast forward past some of the introductory remarks. After Nick Griffin took over, he tried to form his own party, but didn't really get off the ground.
And as they stare at an election which is 8 to 10 months hence, and they face major defeats in their own areas, they're getting to a point where the whole of the Westminster class, Tory, Liberal and Labour, and some of the minority parties in and around Westminster of a Celtic hue, have been involved in this corruption for a very long time. Tony Blair's mysterious transformation from an obscure lawyer to an absolute multiple millionaire by virtue of various properties that were acquired in and around Canonbury Square in Islington and elsewhere, all of the papers in relation to which were shredded retrospectively, is a very interesting transformation to behold. But
yeah, fun little origin story about Tony Blair. Sort of the classic version of being almost made in a vat.
all of these people will have their comeuppance. And when Brown said he wanted the inquiry about the Iraq war to be held in camera or in private, it was to spare Blair, his old rival and enemy within New Labour. Blair secretly fears that if there is a public tribunal about the Iraq war and the lies that got us into it half a decade ago, he will become, in his own words, an object of hatred. Well, the poor little chap, you know, he'll become an object of hatred.
Yeah, and became an object of hatred anyway.
The truth is, he's an object of hatred already for large parts of the population.
Even back then, when was this speech? Speech given July 30th, 2009.
And you have to say a lot of our people were very naive, because in '97 the numbers of us that agreed with the Blair smile and the cheesiness and the talks of whiter than white and how he was going to do things for education and how he was tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime and it was going to be education, education, education. It would be a new politics, he said. Do you remember all this stuff 13 years ago? We would be uncorrupt, that let the people judge us, he said. Well, the people are judging them, and Labour's now on 18% of the vote. The poorest sort of votes they've had since before they entered the national government in 1940. They could be down on 186 seats after the next election, heading towards the minority party status that the Tories had before. But what we have to avoid is what our people have done again and again in generation upon generation and decade upon decade since the Second World War. They despise one of the blocs. They become so seedy and dirty that in the end they chuck them out with an enormous wrath, and they get in a wave of new people who make credulous promises and they believe every word, at least for a very short time, and then they turn on them retrospectively. This Tweedledum, Tweedledee nonsense has got to end.
Funny, it seems like we've got the same thing going on with reform now. Only they're not really doing a good job of hiding it, because so many of the new talent is really old talent coming over from Labour and from the Tories. So it's really just starting to look like meet the new boss, same as the old boss. And it is to the point where reform just literally becomes the uniparty.
I remember in '97 walking up to the polling booth, and you have this odd double take on elections, don't you? The media's full of it all the time, and you go to the poll, and there's hardly anyone there. And all the party people of all the parties come up to you. There's a voter, you know, one of them. And they're sort of excited to see you. And in '97, you could see the anger in people's faces. And this was a Tory area. As people went there to get Major out. They hated Major as much as they affect to hate Brown now. And actually do hate...
I mean, it's fairly well deserved. John Major. And especially Gordon Brown. God, they were awful.
Brown now. And who did they bring in once they'd slung one lot out? They brought in Tony Blair with his lies and smooth talk. And he only got that job because Mandelson procured it for him and because he was a better front man, front person, New Labour would say, for the New Labour Colossus, for their machine. Brown is not a selling proposition, even though he had a honeymoon period for 100 days. Every time I see Brown, he looks older. Have you noticed? He said the one eye's up there, the other eye's down there. The hair was brown to black to grey to white to sort of completely white. The hair is receding. The chin gets lower. The face gets lower. He gets sadder and more bulldog-like, more lugubrious, more sort of defeatist and sort of morbid Scotch, you know. You really think the poor chap would just give up the job, wouldn't you, and have a bit of a life? We control our own borders. We don't have out of all recognition. And the British people were never consulted about it. Well, TV shows and affects to loathe many of the opinions that got him into Westminster in the first place. But let's all put that on the side. He said on Radio 4 that he was embarrassed at times. And somebody said, why? And he replied, the nature of the country, and we know what he means by this, because they all speak in code, the nature of the country has changed out of all recognition. And the British people were never consulted about it. Well, the British people were never consulted about it, and that's true. But he never mentioned that when he was in the House of Commons. He never mentioned that when he was an MP for different areas of the South. He never mentioned that when he was a minister in Major's government, and Defence Minister is an important position in a Tory government.
Where have we heard all of this before? And people have been talking about this as far back as 2009, maybe even earlier. I mean, talk about handing an epic win to the nothing ever happens bros. "15 years on, 15 plus years on, and nothing has changed."
He was once asked, what's our defence policy as the United Kingdom? He said, we don't have one. It's decided for us by the United States. And of course that's actually a rather trenchant and honest remark, which few politicians would make, because in many respects we have ceased to be an independent country a long time ago. We don't control our own borders, we don't have any real say on our own trade, who owns our major utilities, our criminality is partly abstracted into the European Union, we fight mercenary-led wars on behalf of American and Israeli power elsewhere in the world, particularly in the Middle East. Until we decouple ourselves from this, we'll be dragged for the next 30 years as America itself declines into more and more of these post-colonial struggles over which we have little control. This week there's been an added...
It's sad but true. The United Kingdom has become such a vassal state for the United States and for the globalist American empire when they should be standing on their own 2 feet. And doing what is in their best interests. Can always send you more of his stuff if you want me to. I would be interested in seeing some sort of evergreen content, some evergreen speeches from our Mr. Bowden. Yes. But yeah, yeah, that would be good. Some evergreen content, if you can find any. These are some fairly long speeches. This one's about nearly an hour long. If there's anything in particular that stands out, definitely let me know, like, timestamps or something like that. But yeah, I'm always happy to take a look. Just feel free to post it in the Discord.
Humiliation in relation to our role in Iraq. Most of our troops have left Iraq, but a few of them stay on to train elements of the Iraqi forces. But the Iraqi parliament, because they allegedly have the sovereignty, now the Americans have ceded it to them, won't allow us to stay. So in a humiliated, tail between the legs sort of way, we've had to repatriate to Kuwait, out of Iraq, and to wait whilst the Iraqi parliament comes back from recess. And although it's a minor matter, and it only obtains to the reality and the destiny of 150 of our troops, it's significant that this is the way this heroic intervention, as Blair called it, has ended and dribbled out into the sand.
I find the speeches that are around 10 or less minutes are the most effective, or rather the videos which are the most have the most effective lines. Yes. The old saw about brevity being the soul of wit.
Iraq war cost us 17 billion. We lost upwards of 200 men, with 2,500 maimed. We've replaced the Baathists by a particular type of Shia Islamist fundamentalism in the south. We've achieved virtually none of our objectives, but we've obeyed the dictates of the United States. Because again, we are not an independent country when it comes to these matters. And Cameron would do no different. No different to Brown and no different to Blair. Indeed, he was more in favour of this war than most Labour MPs were in their hearts, although they went through the lobbies against their better judgment, the odd one.
Let's skip about 5 minutes into this one.
Trash money is Japan. Japan's been in recession for about 17 years, where they just bumble along and grind along. They can have a life, but there is no growth particularly. And the interesting thing is that we have an enormous population.
Funny how he's talking about this in 2009. It's now 2025. Again, nothing has changed. It is like the entire world has been on one massive doom loop since the financial crisis in the late 2000s, where absolutely no change has been permitted. Everything's just sort of locked in stasis. And the stasis is just shit.
Now, which is set to rise from 60 million, its present load, to 70 million by the middle of this century. Blunkett, remember Blunkett? Before all those affairs and all that nonsense. When Blunkett was Home Secretary in the early stages of New Labour, he said there is no natural end to immigration, he said. No natural end. Well, no natural end means radical minority status for us in this society in 50 to 60 years. And
not 50 to 60 years. No. Less than that. Much faster than that. That's probably the one thing that Bowden here got wrong, was that he's a bit too conservative in his projections.
The turnaround window is 20 years. The turnaround window is 20 years. And
okay, so that would be, if we're extrapolating from 2009, that means 2029. Window closes in 2029. Incidentally, the next time that a general election is coming up.
in many areas of the country, we're in a minority now.
Nothing ever changes.
And it's not much fun being a minority, particularly when you've been allegedly top dog and been majoritarian in the past. Because then you had to use political correctness and all of these games to protect yourself, because they're really insurance policies that you use as armour in relation to other infractions and other groups and people that put things on you. You want a bit for your culture, a bit for your music, a bit for your architecture, a bit for your ancestry, a bit for your flag, and you get a bit, you get a slice, you get a token. And you have to be pleased with that, because that's all you're going to get.
It's prototypical description of virtue signalling.
Group-based society, as this has now become, because the old class fissures of the past have largely been replaced by ethnic, racial, communitarian and group-based tensions, the like of which will always be exacerbated when the economy goes down rather than up, and when tension between groups rises as a result of the fact they're all different, they're all chafing against each other, and they're all looking at a receding socio-economic pot. Our elite has gone global and doesn't really think in terms of this society's benefit anymore. Most Labour and Tory politicians, with the Liberals feeding ideas into them from the centre of the spectrum, think of themselves as citizens of the world. A man like Blair or Brown has more in common with Obama, more in common with a leading banker in China than they actually have with people here in Greenwich. They think of England and Britain as a puddle that they step beyond to a world-like type pseudo-government vested in the UN and these other international meetings at the G9, G20, G40 and so on, and all of these other congresses that they spend most of their time attending.
It's like people are saying now that they just look at their country's economic zones, interchangeable with one another. They look at the people as interchangeable units. Interchangeable units to just be battery farmed. I can only imagine how radical these sorts of speeches must have been back in the late 2000s. You look at it now, and it is incredible how the Overton window has shifted. It's just incredible. Here's a man who's probably one of the few that was talking about these things, and viewed as a radical and a maniac. And now, we're all having this conversation. This is a global conversation that we're now having. And it took roughly 15 years for us to get here. It's just mental.
I think that world management is what they're about. That's partly what these foreign wars are about. And don't forget that we are living now in a system that has taken 40 years to build. Capital and money goes all around the world. A man in a screen, or a man with a screen in the City of London or a big exchange in Leeds can put his thumb on the screen and send $10 million or pounds or euros or any currency, yuan, Chinese currency, across the world. But if money moves across the world, labour moves across the world to fit in with the path of money. And labour is immigration. And immigration moves across continents and across boundaries and across borders, following the money, seeking it out, doing jobs at lower than the minimum wage, brought in by intermediate third parties and pre-structured so to do. Mass immigration is a pool of semi-unemployed, skilled to unskilled labour that undercuts the value of labour and keeps it at a median or lower than median level. It's so you get this enormous boom and bust economy fuelled by credit, where if you want a pizza at 3 in the morning, it will be dispatched to you by an Albanian on a small motorbike. And it's this economy that you then...
Now it's not even the Albanians, it's someone from the Middle East or North Africa on Deliveroo.
...pay for by a credit card. And
I should know because I believe it was a Middle Easterner who delivered a pizza to me at a hotel in York one evening. And I did all that from the, I think it was from the app from Domino's.
Manifest that transaction again and again and again, and you had 100 and 1,000 and 10,000 and 10 million transactions of that sort on top. And you have an economy where no one really makes anything except things which are instantly consumed. Because we have no steel industry anymore, no coal industry anymore, no car industry anymore. We virtually don't make anything anymore. We process the nuclear waste of other people. Somebody once drove me through the industrial area of Liverpool, and there's nothing left.
Process nuclear waste of other people and can't seem to bring themselves to build more nuclear plants. And yet they bang on about net zero. Make it make sense.
The only factory that was left that was British was making bouncy castles. That's all we produce.
Yeah, not even the factories that produce high-speed trains and rail cars is completely and totally British. It's there, but it's owned by the Japanese. Because somehow Britons can't bring themselves to make their own trains and their own rail cars. We have to turn to the Japanese to build the trains and the rail cars for the Azuma line. I remind you, that is the historic line that was once traversed backwards and forwards by the famous Flying Scotsman. And that was a triumph of British engineering. One of the fastest steam locomotives in the world. And now those same lines, in order to have a train that can run quickly between London, York, and Edinburgh, with a few stops in between, we have to turn to the Japanese. Which, don't get me wrong, Hitachi builds fantastic trains. But we are talking about a country that built the Flying Scotsman. I find it difficult to believe that we can't build something like that again. Only better, more advanced, faster, safer. Built by Britons, for the British.
This was a great imperial city based upon the wealth of slavery, a city of power. Look at the neoclassical and classical architecture as you go around the centre of Liverpool. Denigrated now, but an enormous Victorian city like Manchester of empire and power. These cities are on the last legs now, blitzed and destroyed. Full of immigrants in the centre. There's an enormous Somali population in the centre of Liverpool, in Tuxteth. Why are they there? They're there because of the Genocide Act that was passed by the United Nations in 1948. We signed up to that then. Somalia hasn't had a state for 35 years. It's just militias and armed semi-Islamist gangs roaming around. Almost anyone can claim asylum because it's such a horrifying life.
And they send their people over in droves as some sort of pressure release valve. Which doesn't really work anyway. Those people, they're not net contributors, we know they're not. And as then, as now, they have to go back. Because Britain is not their country.
Don't forget, tens of thousands of people have claimed asylum in Iraq. At least 1 million Iraqis have been killed and 2 to 4 million have been displaced. And there's tens of thousands who want to get into this country because they say they're a Wazili or they're Christian or they're a particular type of minority, they face persecution. We should give them the right of settlement because we invaded their country on behalf of the Americans and blew large parts of it to bits. And many groups have a claim on...
How is any of that our problem? Again, this is why the whole invade the world, invite the world mentality has never made any sense whatsoever. It's never made any sense.
Western societies and can turn up, and their claim has to be seriously considered in inverted commas because we've signed up again and again and again to more and more laws which prevent us from doing anything. Prevent us from doing anything to manage our own country in our own interest in an effective manner.
And we just need to flip that switch. Signed ourselves up to so many laws, we need to sign ourselves right out of them. Oh, but Rex, you can't do that. Yes, you can. You can just do things. I mean, look at Labour. They're just doing things. You think they give a shit about about rules, about due process? You think Rachel from Accounts cares about the struggle of the working class, sort of farmers, anyone like that when they start proposing new taxes? No, of course not. They don't care. They're going to do whatever they want to do because they know you can just do things. So much of this can just be wiped away with a simple act of Parliament. In one swift stroke, so much of this could just go away. We can flip a switch and things will be demonstrably better. It just takes good people with the will to do so.
Cameron's going to probably take over within a year, and he will do nothing about any of these things. Nothing.
Prophet in his own time. An absolute prophet in his own time.
About any of them. Cameron is a member of United Against Fascism, or UAF. Extraordinary to have a Tory member of the UAF. It's quite unbelievable. In the past, you have to say that Tory leaders would have been a step too far, associated with neo-communist and Trotskyist groups who plausibly, deniably advocate violence and so on. That would have been for sort of a posh so-and-so like Cameron.
There is nothing new under the sun. Communist scum doing communist scum things, even back then. Imagine my shock.
A step too far in the past, but not now. It's just a politically correct gesture that he's making in towards middling voters. But all of these middling voters have a secret fear. And the thing that this party must do, particularly with people who have a stake in this society, particularly with middling and bourgeois persons, is to tell them, do you want to be in a minority 50 years from now? Because secretly and semi-secretly, none of them do. None of them do. Because although everyone's traumatised about these issues and this party is very demonised in the mass media, except to a degree on the internet, everyone when they meet, and most of our people are totally apolitical, but when they meet, they talk about these issues. They don't talk about what the elite talks about. They talk about these issues. They talk.
This is who was supposed to be the far right back in the day, the BNP. And all I'm hearing is populism. I'm hearing the same thing. People who are normally apolitical, but they just felt that they needed to do something. And so they were turning to the BNP. And now they're turning to restore Britain and, to a certain extent, reform. Many of those people in the United States became Trump supporters. Amazing to see how the Overton window has shifted. Anyways, that's been liked. There's the link in the chat for everyone. Now we see the absolute state of Britain here. This was from Firas Modad, also from the Lotus Eaters. Good lad. In Lebanon, TV stations regularly interviewed the country's major drug dealers. Only now, after the defeat of Hezbollah, are they finally getting killed and arrested. Britain now is where Lebanon was a few years ago. The blob has become Britain's Hezbollah. This is from David Atherton, a phone snatcher, interviewed by Channel 4, giving the inside story. Apparently prime time is 6 p.m. Those wearing headphones are a particular target. And phone snatchers can make £5,000 a day off of their efforts. And they're sold mainly to the vape shops. That's the thing, chat. You see vape shops, you see cell phone repair shops, and you see Turkish barbers. Know that none of those are legitimate businesses. And you will see a plethora of them throughout London. Let's take a look at this short clip from Channel 4.
We're about to meet an ex-phone snatcher. He's from this estate. He's going to tell us all about what he used to do when he was snatching phones.
Yes, my bro, you're right.
So I first come across you when I saw your Instagram and you had a song about taking phones, snatching phones and that.
I'm from a place where phones get snatched like in Mayfair.
Is that how, like, prevalent it is?
God, he's got a fucking roadman accent.
Nowadays.
Phone snatching, bro, is the go-to choice, bro. Do you get me? It's easy as like taking candy from a baby, bro. Times have changed, bro. Like, who gives a shit what anyone thinks of you, bro? You've got nothing to prove to no
I'm not your bro. Stop calling everyone bro.
one, bro. Like, we don't know each other. You don't care about me. I don't care about you, bro. Like,
is there much more money in it now?
When I was doing it, bro, if it's the latest model, £300 a phone, easy.
How many phones would you get in a day?
Me and my brethren, yeah, £5,000 in phones for a night, 2 hours out, bro. You go to any high street at 6 o'clock, you'll see 100 phones hanging up. It'll be rude not to snatch it, bro. And it's not a thing you have to do every day. You can go out once, twice a week. You're making more than 4 or 5 months in a legit job, bro. Minimum wage.
When you've taken all these phones and you're selling them in bulk, who are you selling them to?
All these new vape shops that you see open.
Yeah.
70% of these shops will buy your phones, bro. There's a big market, bro.
They don't ask any questions.
Earphones, you don't have a clue, bro. If you're watching this, stop wearing earphones when you're walking about. You can't hear anything around you. You're so in your own world. You're asking for it.
Do you think they'll ever be able to stop phone snatching?
I doubt it, bro. Unless Apple or Samsung want to sort out the products they're selling, bro, this is not going to get solved. How you can crack the phone.
Hit a 530's mate showed up. A guy who's still out there snatching phones.
Bro, man's going to introduce you to my brethren here, bro. He's active today, bro. You get me? Still to this day, bro.
Is there a particular person that you target?
If I see you with your phone, I'll take it, bro. Anybody. Don't care if you're a grandma, granddad, be in a wheelchair. I'll take your phone out your hand while you're in a wheelchair, bro. You have a little kid walking down.
Wow. What a piece of shit. And I highly doubt that Bro back there was as reformed as Channel 4 is making him out to be. If he's still hanging out with this lot, yeah, he's probably start snatching phones. Probably start snatching phones.
The meth phone off snatching.
Absolutely unfucking believable. Thing I don't understand is a sting on phone grabbers should be a piece of piss, as you'll say. A couple of cops on each end of the street, maybe a spike strip, you could roll up a dozen a day, what's the deal? Yeah, they'll claim they don't have the resources for that. They probably do. But, yeah, something else. They pick out the whitest possible bloke. Honest, I would swear he's, if the lighting were better, he probably is a ginger. But they pick the whitest possible bloke to interview for this. I find that incredibly disingenuous when we know for a fact that most phone snatchers, as most criminals, are actually ethnic minorities. Incredibly disingenuous, but then again, it's Channel 4. Let's see. Close that out from Asmongold. We've already covered jury trials, so we get rid of some of these tabs. I think we probably at this point need to do... We're about 3 hours in, chat. I think we're due for the palate cleanse of something a bit... Something a bit different. Right, here's a good one. I've been meaning to get to this one.
So I downgrade.
This is from Michael Soledad. He downgraded from his Apple Watch. He's been wearing an Apple Watch for years. And he's made a switch to a more traditional timepiece. In this case, he's chosen a Hamilton Khaki Field automatic. Question is it really a downgrade? We're getting into the Christmas shopping season. For the gentleman in your life, or perhaps you are the gentleman and you need a nice little Christmas present for yourself, perhaps it's time to treat yourself to a nice watch. Let's take a look at this one. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I downgraded from my Apple Watch to this, a mechanical watch that doesn't track my sleep, count my steps, or notify me every time someone likes a post.
Very smart.
And I've never felt more connected. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, my name is Michael. I love cameras, watches, gadgets, cars, tech in general. If you're new here, I made a video about the Apple Watch Ultra maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and it genuinely was one of my favorite gadgets that has ever come out in the last 10 years.
I maintain my position as I have before, chat. These watches, these smart watches, as they are called, they have the same problem as mobile phones. Planned obsolescence. Eventually there will be some sort of software update that will probably end up bricking the thing. Not only that, it's powered by a rechargeable battery. And the thing to know about rechargeable batteries, any of you who have held on to a mobile phone for at least a couple of years, you know they stop holding a charge after a while. Battery starts to drain down a lot quicker. You're constantly having to plug it in and keep it charged. Same thing with the so-called smartwatches. Eventually, the thing will be a useless hunk of plastic and metal. Whereas that Hamilton Khaki Field that he showed moments ago, that'll last him for years, decades even. Might even be able to pass it on to his children.
Ton of content on the Apple Watch Ultra, but I think I've gotten to a point where it's just time.
Not only that, why do you need all of that on your wrist? Why do you need constant notifications going off from social media, from your email accounts? Especially those of us who are connected on Discord. All the notifications. All of the YouTube notifications, everything. It's too much. Constantly vibrating on your wrists like that. Eventually, I would just grow to dread even wanting to look at all that. Already hate checking my phone as often as I do.
To let it go. So to preface this video, I have a collection of watches. I've been collecting for almost 20 years now, but most of my collection fall under the affordable range, which is around 5.
Wait a minute.
Collection fall under the affordable range.
Affordable range, and he's got... Oh, that's wait. Is that a Swatch Omega? I think it is.
Which is around $500 or less. This Hamilton watch is around $700 retail. Depending on where you get it, you might be able to get it for a lot less than that. I think I paid around $600 or something, which still makes it cheaper than the Apple Watch Ultra. It's cheaper, doesn't have a lot of features, doesn't notify me of anything. So
it tells the time and it also tells you the date.
Objectively, you could say that this is a downgrade, but I don't think that's the case at all. So in this video, I'll be sharing 3 defining things about this watch that make it the perfect everyday watch for me. For those of you familiar with watches, you know that this is a very popular one. This is the Hamilton Khaki Field Automatic. This example that I have is the 38mm version. There is a bigger version for those of you who prefer bigger watches. And this watch is not a smartwatch at all, but it makes you slow down, pay attention, and appreciate design that's built to last. Let me explain. I mentioned earlier that there are 3 defining things about this watch, to me personally, that make it an upgrade instead of a downgrade. The first one is utility. And to really get it, you kind of have to go back to where Hamilton began. So Hamilton is actually an American company and was founded in 1892 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Originally, they made precision pocket watches, but during the war, Hamilton paused consumer production to supply over 1 million watches to the US troops. And this is where we get the field watch design inspiration.
This is the watch for the Americans that went to war. Meanwhile, British had Smiths.
It feels rugged and purposeful. It's simple, tough, and functional with 100 meters of water resistance, an 80-hour power reserve, and a sapphire crystal. Simply put, this is a watch that I can wear every day and take anywhere. As a matter of fact, Hamilton was nicknamed the watch of railroad accuracy in the early 1900s because of their commitment to precise timekeeping. And then during World War II, Hamilton produced over 1 million watches for the US troops, thanks to the precision and durability of their field watch. And this is precisely why the Khaki Field Automatic looks the way it does. It looks like a field watch. Nowadays, Hamilton is part of the Swatch Group and it runs on a Swiss automatic movement.
Oh, such a smart looking dial. It's everything you need and nothing you don't. One thing that a lot of field watches end up lacking is the date complication. I rather like having a date complication in a watch. So this is rather nice. But you have that. You've got a ring of the hours. You've also got an extra ring showing military time, and then a more precise ring showing the minutes and the seconds. It's just a really well-rounded design. Hamilton got a lot right with the Khaki Field.
Now, I personally think that that adds a level of prestige to this American classic without really taking away from its utilitarian roots. And the history is one of the reasons I love this watch so much, because Hamilton's reputation is built on keeping trains on time and also giving the military a precise tool to keep their soldiers coordinated. And I just think it's really cool that that same commitment to accuracy is still ticking within the Swiss power movement today.
It tells a story. It really tells a story, which is more than you could say for your smartwatch.
Ironically, one of the things that really attracted me to the Hamilton Khaki Field Automatic is that it doesn't look like it's trying to impress you. The design elements feel very balanced, it's very legible, and I just don't think it has any gimmicks. I especially like the matte black dial with the crisp white markers in this example, and even the subtle brushing on the case. I just think put it all together and it works really well.
Yeah, it's really subtle and understated, which that's exactly what you want in good design.
I also think that the 38mm size adds to that timeless look. My wrist is about 6.5 inches and it doesn't feel overwhelming, but it also doesn't feel small. It looks like a field watch, but if you pair it with a nice bracelet, suddenly it feels like a dress watch.
That's true. I mean, just look at that. That looks really smart. You could pair that up with formal wear, casual wear like what he's wearing now. It looks good in all occasions. It's the one and done or gotta watch. Go anywhere, do anything.
And even so, it still feels like it's not trying too hard to get your attention. It just lives right under the radar, but
it doesn't have to. It knows what it does it well, and it is quite sure of itself.
Once you do notice it, I can guarantee you that you will keep noticing it in a good way. As I mentioned earlier, this does come in a larger size. I think it's a 40mm for those who prefer larger watches, but personally, I think that the 38mm is just a perfect size for that classic and timeless look. The third defining attribute of this watch I really had to think about, because originally I was going to say that this watch is versatile. However, you could probably say that with most other watches. So I'm going to say that the Hamilton Khaki Field Automatic is down to earth. And the reason I say this is because even if you dress this watch up, it still doesn't feel out of place no matter where you are or what you're doing. The steel bracelet that came with this watch is my favorite because I can wear it with just about anything and in any occasion. And if I were to do that with a Rolex, for example, there is that part of the Rolex, because obviously of the brand image, that kind of just stands out a little bit too much, even if you try to dress it down.
Rolexes have become seriously overrated. And I would even go so far as to say the same for Tudor, their sister brand. Beautiful watches, don't get me wrong. And you get an opportunity to own a Rolex, I mean, take it. But most people don't care what's on your wrist. And you should not be wearing a Rolex to impress other people. And not only that, in some parts of the world, you put a Rolex on your wrist, you become a target for thieves. Whereas with the Hamilton Khaki Field, you've got a watch for all occasions. Swap out the straps, good to go. And this won't make you a target for thieves, because this looks like a fairly ordinary, understated watch.
Not with this watch. It feels just right in almost any setting. And it's something that I can feel very proud of wearing without flaunting it or calling any sort of attention to it. And I know that you can't change the watch face for an analog watch like what you do with a smartwatch, but if you swap out the bracelet for different types of straps with different colors or materials, you can dramatically change the look and feel of this watch and totally make it your own. You can dress it up with leather, throw on a NATO strap for the weekend, or even go full utilitarian with canvas or something like that. And it's super fun to try different straps with this watch because it just brings out a different character each time. Going back to my point about the Apple Watch, I still think it's a great product, but I feel like in a world where watches do much more than just tell time, I've found myself drawn to something simpler. And ultimately, that's what this watch represents to me. It's a reminder that I don't need something that has all the bells and whistles or all the features. I just need the right ones. The Hamilton Khaki Field Automatic is proof to me that good design, history, and everyday utility can still win out, even in the age of screens.
It's going back to basics and remembering what these sorts of things are supposed to do and finding these things that do it very well.
So even though some might think of this as a downgrade, I don't believe that's the case at all. Now, to be clear, if you like smartwatches and if you love your Apple Watch, that's all well and good, especially if you're an athlete or you actually take advantage of all these features. To me personally, I've just gotten to a point where I appreciate products that are a little bit more design focused and something that doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles just to win me over. I think it was Leonardo da Vinci who said it best: simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And I feel like the Hamilton Khaki Automatic defines such a product. Now, this doesn't mean that I'll never wear a smartwatch again. I still use mine occasionally, depending on what activity I'm doing, but I don't think I'll be wearing a smartwatch daily anytime soon. Thanks for watching this video. I hope you liked it. A like and a subscribe would be appreciated, and I'll see you again on the next one.
We give it a like. That was good. Post link in chat for everyone. Let's do some travel videos. And we're going to go to Japan for this one, as we always do. Let's see. There we go. Here's one from Sukiyaki Travel Japan. This is a new one from a few days ago. And we're going to be staying at the Manyo Club Toyosu in Tokyo. Title of the video, $80 Tokyo stay. Relax and enjoy Japanese spa culture at the Manyo Club Toyosu, featuring a hot spring and gourmet food. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, this is looking good. Small quarters, but we make it work. Even in the middle of Tokyo, you get to enjoy the famous Yugawara Onsen. Night views, foot baths, saunas, stone spas, and amazing food. Perfect for the full day, relaxing and unwinding. And you've also got cute girls playing the drums. Right, we're riding the Yorika Mome monorail now. Be able to catch the sunset at Shijomai Station. I believe this monorail is the primary route to get over to Odaiba. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. The station looks familiar. Overhead walkways into mountain traffic. Oh, and there's the hotel we're going to stay in. There's Toyosu Senkeku. It's actually been here before. It's a 3-minute walk from the station. Styled like an old Edo period town. This place opened February 2024, brand new, already popular with the tourists. And they do have theme parks in more remote areas of Japan, outside of the major cities like Tokyo and Osaka, that this is all they do. It's all dressed up in Edo period aesthetic. But you've got tons of food options here. There's sushi, street food stalls, traditional Japanese cuisine, super fresh ingredients all around. There's a seafood burger there. You can sample a little bit of everything as you stroll along. A bit of it. Very dreamy atmosphere. And then interesting clash of modernity with traditionalism. Tall skyscrapers in the background, and then in the foreground you've got old Japan. This area is called Toki no Kane Plaza. Perfect place to hold this. Right, now we're going to head to the hotel. Sign up makes it easy to find. The spa operates 24/7. Hopefully the view lives up to the adverts there. Our stay for a 4 tatami mat room and breakfast includes access to the spa and relaxation areas too. Pay about 12,000 yen, or about $80 US. That's 68 euros, or 59 pounds. Not bad for a one-night stay. Some green tea ice cream. Front desk's on the 7th floor. The 8th floor is got a footpath garden that's free forever. The summon lift. There we are. This must be the footpath garden on the 8th floor. We can go check it out before we check in. Oh, that is one hell of a view. Evening sky, city skyline. Stunning. Yugawara Hot Spring. This water comes from the Yugawara Onsen, which is one of the most famous hot springs in Kanagawa Prefecture. Nice lighting on the footpath too. Makes that city view even more magical. This footpath is free for everyone to use. You can buy a towel for 200 yen. It's pretty easy to just drop by casually even if you don't have a reservation. Something out of a movie or a drama. Gorgeous. I do love me a good city view. I love the tranquility of the country. Right, let's get checked in. Off to the 7th floor. And here is the front desk. So you can either... Oh, right next to it is a space where you can choose your roomwear. Lots of colours and patterns to choose from. Choose between yukata or somewhere. Casual workwear style set. You can try them on here if you like. Find something that suits you perfectly. Cameron is opting for the blue stripe line. No, don't get the sash coat. Good luck. It's quite spacious. Surface comfy. Check in, you receive this card. You use it to pay for food and drinks inside the hotel. There's a variety of relaxation services available too. Weekday evenings are 15% off. It's good deal. Let's head to the room. Away from all this noise. Each floor's got its own unique facilities. We've got guest rooms on the 4th floor, family bath, relaxation room, Chinese foot massage, Amoy oil lymph massage, guest room, family bath on the 3rd floor, another relaxation room, a premium room, body and foot massage, Thai massage, and Balinese oil massage. And then there's a reading corner on the 2nd floor. Our room for the night is located on the 4th floor. Guest rooms are just beyond these curtains. There's a little bell on them that rings. How cute. Here we are, room 426. Right. Tap your card, man. There we are. Oh, good. You don't have to mess with those things where you have to put the card in the slot to activate the electrics. This is a 4 tatami mat Japanese style room, non-smoking. This is fairly standard throughout most of Japan these days. Very simple space, just the essentials. You get a futon and a telly. And looks like an air purifier over there. Proper sink too, nice to have in the room. Wash your hands, wash your face, that sort of thing. See the Shinkyaku Bunrai area from the window. Let's get particularly bright at night, don't they? Ah, here's our air purifier. There's a reservoir you can fill up with water to help to keep the room a bit more moist. It's got USB, Type A and Type C ports, light switch right by the bed, and also standard Japanese 2-prong outlet. Get a stylish cylindrical pillow. Just the height of the pillow to your liking, that's thoughtful of them. Also folds over a bit, in case you need extra thickness. And under the futon we've got a slatted base. Helps some kind of moisture build up. Be a nasty source of mildew that way. Telly's pretty big. Got a compact 4 tatami room, but that's alright. Makes you feel like you're in your own private cinema. You get all of the usual accoutrements with a Toshiba smart TV. You've got your Netflix, got your Hulu, Prime Video, YouTube, and then 2 other services I've never heard of, a Beamer and a Unext. Must be something exclusive to Japan. Examining the sink area. Motion sensor activated. Vetiver Mist deodorizing spray. Bottle of water. Full amenities too. Okay, so we get something. All-in-one gel for men. Some sort of facial gel. Razors, hairbrushes, more skincare, body care products. Moist. Or is it moist? Probably moist. It's probably supposed to sound French. Japanese are either Francophiles. Oh, you get tabby socks. Panasonic hairdryer. There's a portable alarm clock there in the corner. And then below you've got the in-room safe. And a mini fridge. Go ahead. Put the water in there. Lots of massage options here. You can book directly from the facility monitors. Very convenient. Got Chinese set courses. A Korean body scrub. lymphatic drainage, pelvic stretch, upper body fatigue care, and carbonic acid head care. Interesting. Monsoon Asia, the Thai traditional massage. It's quite a name there, Monsoon Asia. I don't know, I'd be a bit nervous. It's like you're calling your Thai massage, you're naming it after a rainstorm or something, almost like a natural disaster. I guess it could be worse. They could call it the typhoon. Let's see. Yes, lower the temperature. I would probably turn that down to its lowest possible setting. Because I hate being so hot. That could be clipped out of context, I just realized. Ah, here's the loo. I think that in the corner is supposed to be a rubbish bin. Pretty standard toilet. Looks like you get bidet toilet seat built in. Yes. Toto wash rate. The gold standard. Even automatically lifts the lid for you when you walk in. That's very thoughtful. Come down to the 5th floor. There's a buffet restaurant here. Fireplace. There's a place called Manual on the same floor. Many Japanese dishes, sort of baked chips there. That's a curry. Lots of different sakes from all over Japan. I've experienced something of those. We'll take the lift and stop by the observation here. Foolish not to. This is the view that you get for free, chap. Even if you're not staying overnight. Worth the trip. A bridge that are beautifully at night. The sounds of nature, so tranquil. It's right there in the heart of the city. We're on the hunt for dinner. The red lanterns better they make our cameraman hungry. I don't know if he actually wants to eat the lanterns, but his appetite is being stirred up. Might be eating at Tsukushima Monje Jukoya. We head inside. Get seated. Each table has its own separate teflon grill, which cooking will start to help us. Even beginners can enjoy this with confidence. We order Jugoya Highball. It's basically whiskey and soda. Cameraman ordered the squid ink seafood monja this time, cost you about 2,000 yen. Looks like you get quite a mound of food, so good deal. We're going to start by grilling the seafood. And a large squid in there too. I'm glad it's been cooked. I've tried squid in the almost in a prepared like sushi way, or boiled squid before. It was a piece of meat as part of a sampler set when I was in China. I seriously, it felt like I was chewing on a balloon. I hated it. Interesting. That will probably look better once it's been cooked. Now we can grill the monjayaki. Start with just the ingredients. Careful not to spill the broth. I can only imagine how good this smells. It kind of gets chopped up with a spatula as it cooks. And then once the ingredients are ready, create this ring-type wall. And you put all the meat in the center. And then we pour in the stock, which is mostly squidding, so that's why it's very dark and black cook. Gradually the broth and the ingredients are mixed together. Highly skilled staff here. No, they know what they're doing. And we top it off with green onions. And it's done. Squid ink monjayaki chart. Definitely a more adventurous choice, but yeah. Our cameraman liked it. Anyways, we're back at the Manyo Club. This is the relaxation lounge. You typically encounter rooms like this with the with spas and hot springs in Japan. There's just large rooms with lots of big plush reclining chairs. Put on some headphones, watch the telly, watch something on your phone or your tablet. It's actually rather nice. It's whisper quiet in there. Lounges on the second, third, and fourth floors. Fourth floor lounge is room only. So just for the ladies up there. Each seat has its own personal television monitor, a power outlet, a USB port. There's even blankets provided, so you can just kick back, take a nap. There's very soft lighting in here too. There's the lounge on the third floor. Different color scheme. Chairs look a bit more plush here. And they've also got a manga library. Camped out here all day. Right, we head up to the rooftop footbath garden. Need to take the stairs from the 9th floor.
9th floor.
And here we are. And there's the stairs that we need to take to go up. view awaits us here. A hint of it. It looks nice. Oh. Yeah. Breathtaking. There's Tokyo Tower off in the distance. Yeah, that is Tokyo Tower. Yeah. And off to the left, we saw the Rainbow Bridge. Get a full 360-degree panorama view of Tokyo Bay. Incredible at night. See with our cameraman going on walkabouts. Yeah, there's the Rainbow Bridge. Easy to lose all track of time here. Birdies chirping away. Hot spring from Yugawara is amazing. Perfect if you're looking for a quick onsen experience. I wouldn't mind to stay here myself, chap. Right, back in the room. Time to change. I suppose. There's a loungewear, sash, and tabby socks. Let's change into these. And we get ready for bed. Our cameraman is excited for tomorrow as he bids us good night. And we transition to morning. A little bit dusty in there. That's going to be a lovely day today. Nice view, waking up with the tiled rooftops and everything. Anyway, let's head down to the breakfast buffet. Sounds a bit early, 8 a.m. Goodness. Breakfast hall is very spacious, very open. Breakfast runs 6 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. A bit early for people like me who sometimes don't eat breakfast at noon. Mainly serving Japanese-style dishes, but a few Western staples. Let's have a look at the menu. First up, we've got our salads. Everything very fresh, very colourful. Wide variety of dressings to choose from. Ponzu, sesame, Caesar. Excellent, excellent. The Japanese food section. Fried radish. Oh, we got the fried eggs, some bacon. DIY hot dog. That's cool. I don't see that everywhere. Definitely intriguing. Western style section over here. Some hash browns, sausages. Scrambled eggs. More sausages. Grilled fish. Fresh seafood. At least KS after all. Try something here. Sukiyaki made with premium only beef here. roast toppings. Spicy cod roe, boiled whitebait, tororo, salted plum, grilled seaweed, salted squid, wagyu ginger, seaweed sukadani. Try a little bit of each. And you can even have dessert after breakfast. Gelatins, puddings. Bread selection's pretty good too. Fresh fruit, yogurt, custard pudding. And matcha flavoured. Premium large grain nutty. Callaman is a fan of nutty. I never really could stand the smell myself. What a view. Brilliant. And all this for under $100 US. Viewers alone could easily command a high premium. But they don't do that. And good on them. I picked a little bit of everything for breakfast. He's a hungry boy. He's going to eat his fill. Oh, he chose the matcha pudding. Good choice, cameraman. And here is premium large grain natto. Wrapped the traditional way. Almost like a metal seal. Those are some fairly big natto beans. Wait for that, they fall in. There it goes. Green onions and soy sauce added to the bowl. And then you just mix it up and enjoy. Or try to enjoy. Some people find the smell of that rather off-putting. I've had them once or twice before. They're not bad. But yeah, the smell can be a bit much to get past. Some seafood to his natto. I mean, whatever works. You do you, mate. Bit of a buffet. You can customize your meal just the way you like it. No judgment here. And then we move on to dessert. Right, what's the verdict? Ship our focus towards the skyline. I guess it must be good. And when you're done, you just take the dishes over to the return area and out you get. Autograph here from a famous kabuki actor, Shido Nakamura. That's good. And here's the view from the observation deck during the daytime. Nice clear weather. Everything feels fresh and open. Imagine they close this down whenever there's rain or even nasty weather. Before leaving, is taking a footbath with one last time. And out he goes. There's a guide that shows you the names of all the major buildings you can see. Tokyo Big Sight Convention Center, somewhere over there along the Fuji TV headquarters. The Rainbow Bridge, obviously. If there's a clear enough day, you can even see Mount Fuji from here. Doesn't look like it's cleared enough. Let's see. Back to the front desk where we check out. Camembert cookies. Small barcode and return slides. So, on the train. On a free shuttle bus to Shimbasi and Monzen Nakachu stations. Down to the second floor we go. Excellent choice for a road stay. And of course we head down to the ground level. And you've got cute girls playing the drums. Stay. We would give that a like. Post the link in chat for everyone. Let's see. Gloom, welcome in. How are you? Let's see. Do we want a more vintage style train chart that is great value for money? Or do we want a spaceship subway? What do we think? Seen a little bit of tradition there. This is fast forward to 2050. Hopefully it's not a complete hellscape. This one's from Travel Geek. Living in 2050, riding Japan's spaceship subway train like Pokemon. So we get to be Pokemon for this one, chat. I guess we get to be this one. We get to be Pokemon on a train. this. It'll be quite the adventure. There's a lot of people. Oh, lovely fireworks. I think we made a good choice here, Chan. Especially if that's what we get to end the video on. This was filmed over a month ago, October 7th, 2025, at Ikoma Sanjo Amusement Park in Nara Prefecture. It's an amusement park located on top of Mount Ikoma, overlooking the cities of Osaka, quite possibly the most scenic amusement park in Japan. Goodness. I mean, I knew Osaka was a big city, but God almighty. From up here, it's massive. Anyway, today we're going to be riding on Osaka's most advanced subway line. It's the Chuo line. And there it is. It connects the east of Osaka to the west. Using this line, we'll travel to the site of Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai, located on the very eastern part or western part of Osaka. Also going to be partaking of fireworks. This is Travel Geek's last travel to Expo 2025. This is alternatively known as the Osaka World's Fair of 2025. Before we head for the subway, let's take a look at the most popular ride here. It's closed today, so to the archive we go. It's a cycle monorail. You get on there and you start pedaling and off you go. And if you catch it at just the right time of day, you've got beautiful sunset views. So, a little bit of exercise and a lovely view. Only here. Right, time to head down the mountain and head for the subway station. A chipmunk car. Climb down the mountain, we're taking the Ikoma cable car line. Very fanciful looking cars. Don't stare, it's impolite. And here is Ikoma, when we start today's subway travel. Nice little part of town. One of the largest cities of Nara Prefecture, located on the very west side of the prefecture. Then on the other side of the mountain is Osaka itself. So take the C line, C standing for Chuo. And Chuo is Japanese for central. Possibly the most advanced subway line in Osaka. Closest equipment is the Yamanote line, the loop line in Tokyo. The trains themselves are spaceships, space capsules of some sort. It's the newest model of the Osaka Metro, the 400 series. Debuted in 2023. Well, early ahead of Expo 2025. And Travel Geek actually rode on the train when it debuted back in 2023. And now we ride the train before the Expo closes, as of October 7th. It's supposed to be in Japan this year.
The next station is
Expo 2025. There's in-train USB charging ports, but only Type A, no Type C. So, slight inconvenience. Very mild inconvenience. Here's what it is. 2 screens above the doors here. One showing footage of popular tourist spots. Also the weather forecast. It's helpful. And the seats are reportedly quite comfy. Which is good. Cushioned seat with a high backrest. Usually the backrests are a bit lower. And not as plush. Not as ergonomic either. Now moving to the other end of the line, Gakken Nara Tomigaoka. Station's located at the very north area of Nara. It's a pretty posh part of town. Lots of rich people living here. Only a residential area. There's nothing of tourism value here. Just want to say good night for you all and stay safe. All right, Ray, take care. Let's take the same train, finally head for Yamashima, which is the site of Expo 2025. It's about a 50-minute ride, just under an hour, through the northern part of Nara to central Osaka. But hey, comfy seats. And some cars have these solo box seats we see here. They disliked when many users on the Chio line, they prefer the traditional bench seating. Gilbertson, thank you for the follow. These solo box seat cars, apparently less passengers than can take a seat. You can't really pack them in like they do with a bench seating. Here's Miyaku. It's a plushie on the official main character of the Expo 2025, and looks like slightly adorable, but mostly nightmare fuel. I mean, good God, look at that thing. Eyes everywhere and that cheeky grin. It's almost like a child of Cthulhu. What the fuck? Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch redeem. Miyaku was once the most hated character in Japan because of its... I can see why! But after the expo was held, people started realizing its cuteness. I don't think I will ever realize the cuteness of this thing. What image did you have when you first saw this character? Nightmare fuel. It looks like nightmare fuel. No one comes to this cabin. Next cabin's popular though. Guess that just goes to show you it's a hated train car, and our cameraman is the solo king. Anyways, off we go. Just enjoy the subway to the fullest.
The next station is Shiwaniwadai, station number C28.
Only a short ride, we're starting into the busy areas of Osaka. There's the Blue Symphony. Train that our cameraman is set to ride in another video. One really does have quite a few unique trains that you can ride. Each one of them a lovely experience. Definitely worth the trip. We're stopping at Ikoma Station. And after this station, we're into Osaka. Some say the metro lines in Osaka are like those in, say, New York or Chicago. except the clean, orderly.
Station number C25.
Not shit. There's no overhead power lines, instead they're on the ground. Cars running side by side with trains.
The next station is Aramoto. Station number C24.
Hello, Mackies. Osaka Museum of Housing and Living. Interesting. I'd go there once. Information board very user-friendly here. Updating constantly, letting you know which sides the doors will open. Open on the right. Mind the gap between the train and the platform. Now we're running underground in the center of Osaka, arriving at Morinomiya Station. The doors will open on the left. Mind the gap between the train and the platform. These 400 trains look like limbs of Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man. Yeah, I can see the resemblance. Seems they look like Cloudy from Pokemon back in the day. Not sure which one Cloudy is. Of course, I'm only really familiar with the first one of the 50 original Pokemon. After that, everything just got too complicated for me to follow. Anyways, Morinomiya Station is where you want to go if you want to go to Osaka Castle. We're not going there today. We're going to take a 10-minute walk from the station. Oh, these tall tower fronts. With aircon, thank God. The condos look a little bit blah on the outside, but I'm sure they're nice on the inside. There's a girl. Girl with pink hair. Anyways, welcome to E-Metro Mobility Town. Here you can learn about transportation and daily life in the future of Osaka. I guess the Osaka of 2050.
Clean up 中。ツアー開始までもう少々お待ち。
Pretty cool effects here. Basically turned a rail car into a theme park. Learn all about the history of transportation in Osaka. Oh, there's the flying cars we were promised by the year 2000, which we never got, damn it. Go back in time to 1895, age of rickshaw. Ride them around in Asakusa and Tokyo, some other cities, but it's more tourist trap these days than anything. And we enter the age of the automobile. This is when cars and streetcars made cities super crowded. Last time the expo was held in Osaka was over 50 years ago in 1970. Flying Car Society proposed in 1970 has not been realised, as we pointed out earlier. Damn it. But nowadays everyone walks around with a mobile phone and you can even work from it. The next big thing is going to be the self-driving cars. Even if our Cameron could go into the future society proposed by the expert now, probably not that comfortable. He prefers to live in the here and now. It's colouring on the original Travel Geek vehicle. Here it appears in a virtual world, and it's going to be raced. Let's go Travel Geek. power sliding the buses and trains through the corners, around Chicago, then through the Hammerhead, into the follow-through, past all the safety cones. Thundering about past the totally not Pikachus. And across the line. Came in first place, excellent. Also a spot to leave your autograph there. 10-7 Memories and Expo 2025 Travel Geek. Very nice. And here we have a self-driving bus. This is more of a vision of the immediate future. As self-driving cars become more of a thing, more than likely we'll start to see more autonomous buses. However, Japan is lagging a bit. According to the cameraman, it's because of legal issues. Some bus routes in Japan were forced to close due to a shortage of drivers. This seems to address that sort of problem. It's only getting to be a bigger problem in Japan. The system is synchronized with every traffic light on the road. Well, yeah, it's going to be a critical element for these sort of self-driving systems going forward. It even counts down for the next traffic light turns from red to green. Flying car that was test driven at the Expo is now safely parked in the garage. Well, they call it a flying car. Not sure if it actually is a flying car though. It looks cool. Well, yeah, Travel Geek's right. It just looks like a gigantic flying drone. Joystick. Looks like something from a flight simulator. Apparently this actually flew in the Expo. And there's the mascot again. It's a bit strange. Anyways, back on the Chuo line. Kujo Station, 5 stations away from Morinomiya. There goes the Dokok train. Travel Geek heard on X some drivers that are into Myaku Myaku so much they put Myaku Myaku on the windscreen of the train. Myaku Myaku train. Ominous departure horn. These sound like a proper train horn. Yeah, that just sounds like a car horn. Hard to take that seriously. Meep, and then oh, here we are. There's the Myaku Myaku train. Don't know if that's cute. That just looks like more nightmare fuel for me. Anyway, moving on to Yumeshima. Camera's now chock-a-block full of people headed for the expo. They're headed for the World's Fair. World's Fair. USJ hotels. In Osaka, you've got USJ and you've got Expo. Judging from the ambient sounds, this is a packed train. It's a large ship in the distance. It looks like, if I'm right, the X is supposed to be a celebrity cruise. Yeah, I think that's what it is. That's a celebrity cruise. Now stopping at Cosmo Square Station. Just the English name for the station. That plays the official Expo theme song before you arrive. The title is Konnichiwa. Arrived at the Yumeshima Terminal. The station opened for Expo 2025. It's very futuristic, green stripe there. Very cool. Kind of a cyberpunk vibe, not gonna lie. Yeah, definitely cyberpunk vibes going on here. That's alright. And even more cyberpunk vibes here with the green lights on the escalator. Encouraging everyone to stand in 2 lines. It's only 40 million people have used this station just in a 6-month expo period. It's a big station, alright. Facial recognition ticket gate. No one uses this ticket gate. Gosh, I wonder why. Couldn't be anything to do with feeling like it's a massive invasion of privacy. Anyway, here's the expo. It's gigantic. There's so many people. It's just people and people and people and more people. Ants here. Of course, they hear a lot about globalist overlords talk. They probably think of us as insects too. There's another video from Travel Geek about just what it's like a full day at Expo 2025, but it's crowded today. We're not going to go to any of the pavilions. Still a lot to enjoy, even if you don't visit the pavilions. Beautiful sunset. Absolutely gorgeous. A bit windy out too. Hey, here's the Expo fireworks. What a way to end the day, huh? Fireworks craftsmen from all over Japan gathered to launch these fireworks. I think they did an excellent job too. Nothing too bombastic, but over the top. It's just a really good, proper fireworks show. wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness. Beautiful sight. Oh, and that wasn't even the grand finale. They're still at it. Here's some more. Wrap up the video sharing the beauty of the 2025 World's Fair captured in this period of time. A bit of a montage that Travel Geek has prepared for us. Psychedelic display there. Giant spinny top. A Gundam! That's cool. That's really cool. And then it's like some sort of virtual android-like thing with no face. From Romania. There's the pavilion for Turkey and Thailand. Oh, that's cool. Ah. Belgium. Belgium's brought their best. There's the French. It's like a film from the other car. And then there's the Americans. Next expo will be held 2030 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Hence the bellowing from this bloke here. Tranquil spot. Just try not to fall into the pool there. Ah, it looks like a replica of the picture frame arch in Dubai. Taxi cabs and buses. People on electric scooters going through all this laths work here. Oh, that's neat. Put on the misters and then they're able to project an image onto it. How cool is that? Day, that mist hitting it probably feels fantastic. Especially if you're up in the front area with the splash zone. And that looks like drones forming some sort of pattern in the air. Fairly rudimentary compared to some of the other shows we've seen, but that's still pretty cool. Amazing they can do that with drones. Where you can just coordinate. Lots of abstract shapes, imagery. then they point you to the east and west exits. How interesting. Right, rock, scissors, paper time here. 1, 2, 3. Rock! Hopefully you got paper. That's pretty cool. Glad I got to see something of Expo 2025 since I wasn't able to be there this year. Ah, right. About 4.5 hours into stream here. Let me... take a look at something. I think we will keep going for a little while longer, chat. Although... I am going to take a short little break, heat up some leftover food, going to eat really quickly, and then it will come back. And we'll play some more Yakuza. That's what we'll do. So be right back, everyone. Alright, chat, I'm back. Leftover pizza is piping hot. I'm going to give that a few minutes to cool. And while it does that, we will fire up Pirate Yakuza. Let's update our stream. Categories. Go. Game capture going. At the same time last year when I was using this stream theme, I was trying to finish up Yakuza Kiwami 2. Turn off the music. There we go. Alright, here we are back at Atlantis. I can think of a few places, yeah. Where are we supposed to go? Seems like... Let's get back underway. Yeah, water's near Nele Island. Never played Yakuza games. Any good? I love them personally. If you ever played Shenmue back in the day, these feel like a spiritual successor of sorts. Though, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth and Pirate Yakuza definitely feel less Japanese because of just the simple fact that they don't really take place in Japan. Most of it's confined to Hawaii and the waters off Hawaii. But most of the other ones typically are confined to Kamurocho, which is a recreation of the Kabukicho neighborhood in Tokyo. And just the atmosphere alone, fantastic. I love it. Alright, we need to find Shigaki and have ourselves a conversation. Need to go once around the car park and settle into a space at the intersection of chat. Let me know if the game audio is too low, chat. Hello?
なんや、あんたもおったんかい。俺の前ではできない話か。まあ、なんだその。
Actually, I'm going to check the audio levels here. Yeah, bump this up by about another 5 decibels.
前に俺らがいた組織の話で、とにかく忘れてくれ。
That's still too low. Let's bring it all the way up. All right. Lost the abs back there.
ロドリゲスさんは俺らの作業進捗を見に来られたんです。 どうやらお邪魔らしいな。だがあんまりこそついてるとあらぬ疑いがかかる。狭い島でいさかいは避けたいものだな。
Yeah.
おう、
Sure.
仲良いやるな、ロドリゲス。
だね。
Yeah, spit and shake.
あいつ、なんややらしいの。ええ、俺も苦手です。
異端の村？ええ、もちろんずっと探してますよ。今も毎日躍起になって、お宝さえ掘り当てりゃもうこんな島用はないわけだから。
でも見つからない？
ジャングルみたいなところも多いからな。そもそも何を見つけりゃ異端の村の証拠なのかもわかんねえんだよ。
なんや頼りないの。なあ、白の連中からなんか聞いたりしとれんのか。
実は一度何人か捕まえて聞いてみたんです。異端の村を知ってるかって。でもピンときてないみたいでした。逆にどこでそんな話を聞いたって妙に警戒させちまって。特にさっきのロドリゲス、あいつはそれ以来ずっと俺らに監視するような目向けてますよ。
また他の白に聞いたらどないなる？
すぐロドリゲスの耳に入るんじゃないかと思います。こっちに何か下心があると知れりゃ向こうは気悪いでしょ。最悪寝れておから追い出されるなんてことにもなりかねません。
ほんで足で探すしかなかったんやな。
いよいよお手上げって時にはロドリゲスをさらって痛めつけるのも手ですがね。
いいね、それ俺も手伝う。
今のは聞かんかったことにしてくれや。
Damn, are we really out of options? Just have to wait for Shigaki and his crew to find this village. We'll be waiting for an eternity at this rate.
あのさ、船長。パレカナの人から異端の村の話が聞けたらいいんだよね。なるべくこっそりと。
せやな。だがそれを後でロドリゲスに告げ口されてない。
それなら俺いい人知ってるよ。五郎と島を探検してて見つけた。おじいちゃんがポツンと一人だけ住んでんの。体悪そうでなんかぼーっとしてはっきり喋れない感じ。だから俺らがこっそり話してもわざわざそのこと人に言わないんじゃないかな。
せやけどはっきり喋れんのやろ。
もしおじいちゃんが異端の村の場所知ってれば地図でそこを指してもらう。で場所を知らなかったらその時は別の手考えよ。
なるほど。確かにそうやな。よっしゃ、そのじいさん家案内してくれるか。
オッケー、こっちだよ。船長、例のおじいちゃん家はこの先だよ。ちょっと歩くからしっかり準備した方がいいかな。済んだら教えて。船長。
Let's go.
おっと、危な。
なんやこの辺、石ころだらけやの。気ぃつけや。
だね。それよりほら、そこが例のおじいちゃん家。
なう。
こんにちは。お邪魔してもいいですか？
最初っから返事聞く気ないやんか。
おじいちゃん？
I'm sure he won't mind.
こんにちは。
生きとるんやろな。まあ生きとるな。ぐっすり寝とるわ。
よかった。
起こしちゃ悪いかの。
起きるまで少し待ってみようか。
The Yakuza version of the end.
何枚も写ってんの。多分教祖だね。ブライスだっけ？
Looks like Bryce was his protege.
そこの写真はこのじいさんと教祖やな。教祖100歳超えとるんやろ。若いな。
That's carefree island living for you.
あ、なんやこれ。
Some sort of
あ、
coin?
これと同じじゃない？
コインか？えらい年季入っとるな。
もしかしてエスペランサの財宝だったりして？
そらいくらなんでもできすぎっちゅうもんや。
だよね。
いや、どうなんや？長いこと島に住んでたらうっかり秘密の洞窟に行ってたっちゅうことも。
起こす？
おう、じいさん、ちょっといいかなあ。これどこで見つけた？
起きそう？
このコイン他にもあるんちゃうかなあ。
Well, well, well.
何をしてる？
いや、そっちこそ。なんで？
俺の親父だ。知らないで来たのか。
ロドリゲスの親父さんやったんか。
お前、それは親父の。
あ？
そうか。それを見たのが浦武祖真島。なんで子供まで連れてきた？
何？いきなり殺す気できよった。
船長、大丈夫？仲間呼んだ？
さっきのコイン、俺らに見られたくなかったっちゅうわけか。お前もいろいろ知ってるみたいやの。ロドリゲス。
I knew we were going to be fighting eventually.
ほら、来い。
ようやったで。
まだ終わってねえだろ。
Oh, ready for round
船
two?
長、あれ見て、逃げないと。
先行け。滋賀金どこや？
船長もだよ。一緒に来ないなら俺も行かない。
No, kid, you're gonna get yourself killed.
船長、早く早く。
しゃあねえ。ノアを一人にできんわ。
真島さん、どうかしました？
多分ロドリゲスもエスペランサのお宝に気づいとる。あいつの親父ん家からコイン出てきて、それ見た途端いきなり殺しに来よった。
は？いや、ちょっとよく話が飲み込めないな。
もうすぐハクが追ってくる。とにかく戸締まりせい。後で説明したる。南と西でやったな。
ねえ、どないしました？俺らに用あるって。
ノアを五郎丸まで連れてってくれ。ジェイソンにはいつでも船出せるよう準備も頼むんや。
いや、ですがハクがぞろぞろ村を囲み始めてるみたいで。
ならその網が閉じ切る前に出な。早け、後で連絡する。
もう少し説明を。
Don't have time for explanations.
慌てずに急げ。
You have your orders. Get moving, men.
わかりました。お任せを、親父。後で連絡頼ますね。
それでこの先はどういうことになるんです？
A lot of asking.
ロドリゲスは最低でも俺とノアを引き渡すよう言ってくるやろうな。もしそれを断ればヤクザとハクで戦争や。数で言うと100対400か。俺ら一人で敵 4,5 人ぶちのめさな。いけるか？
今ネレ島に残ってるハクはパレカナの精鋭揃いです。ところがこっちは仕事にあぶれてなまってた元極道。一人で敵 4,5 人っていうのは。
Naturally, it falls on my shoulders.
そう思ったからノアは先逃がしといたんやけどな。向こうさんが追ってんのはこれや。
それがさっき言ってたコインで。あ、これピースオブエイト。
え？
スペインの銀貨です。昔世界の経済は銀で回ってたとかで、もちろんエスペランサの時代にもあったはずです。じゃあハクたちはもうお宝を見つけてたってことですか？
そこまでは知らんけど、そうなると俺らお宝巡って殺し合いになるんかもな。おい、火が出てる。やべえぞ、逃げろ、早く。
Flush everybody out with fire.
どうすんだ、真島さん。
ハクはロドリゲスが仕切っとる。せやからあいつを捕まえて人質に取るっちゅうのはどないや。そしたら連中の動き止められるかもしれん。
ロドリゲスを生け捕りに。
それまでは100対400でしのがなあかんがね。
どのみちハクの連中とはいつかこうなるんじゃねえかと思ってたんだ。それにロドリゲスのやつは初めて会った時からいけすかなかった。
ライバルぶっ潰してお宝も横取りしてる。
I'm supposed to take that stick out of his ass and beat him.
命の張り時ちゃうか。
それじゃあまあ一丁やるしかねえか。お前らここで手柄あげりゃ取り分も考えてやる。極道の生き様見せろ。よっしゃ
Off we go. last of them for now. Though there will be more. That did not seem like 400 to me. Oh, well, look who it is.
そろそろ蹴りつけようやないかい。
それはこっちのセリフだ。マジマー！
He's time for breakfast.
Mother. 終わっちゃいない。
生きのいいのはあらかた片付けたみたいやで。それにこっちにはさらに援軍が来とる。
Yeah, you've had it, mate.
ったくノア逃がそう思っただけやのにの。俺ら助けにみんなで戻ってきよって。
Good luck.
なんだこの後に及んで誰を頼る気だったもしかして警察とか。
レイモンド・ロー。あ？マッドランティスの？お前あいつと繋がっとるんか？
おいちょっと待て。それじゃもしかしてレイモンド・ローもお宝のこと知ってんのか？どうなんだ、もう意地張るところじゃねえだろ。
俺がもしエスペランサの宝を手にしていたら彼の販売ルートで金に換える約束だったんだ。だから質問の答えはイエス。レイモンド・ローもずっとエスペランサが見つかるのを期待して待ってる。 結論から言えばエスペランサの財宝はまだ見つかってない。場所を知ってるのはこの親父
All of
だけ
that, you
だが、
don't even know where the
ず
fucking
ー
treasure
っと
is.
見ての通り起きてる時も頭がはっきりしない。まともに話できんのは数日に一遍だが、宝の場所は思い出せないとさ。そのことが情けないって俺に泣いて謝るんだ。
嘘じゃねえな。
ああ、初めて親父が妙な銀貨を持ってると気づいたのはプライスが捕まった日でな。それ以来俺は一人でずっとお宝を探そうとした。パレカナの仲間にも教えずにだ。
欲深いこっちゃ。
この親父には負ける。
あ？
親父はパレカナの信者なんかじゃない。エスペランサの宝を埋めた海賊の子孫なんだよ。で、ネレ島へ潜り込むためパレカナに入った。何十年もかけてそのために信者の娘と結婚までして生まれたのが俺だ。
大した執念やね。そこまで行くと。
親父はネレ島に入るとしばらくして財宝を見つけた。あとはトンズラするだけ。そのつもりだったが、ネレ島で親父はもっと大事なもんを手にしてしまってた。家族だな。
The real treasure is the friends we made along the way.
あんただ。くっせえ話だよな。いや、俺にはわかるよ。俺もそのことに気づくのに随分と回り道を。
父ちゃん、後にしよう。早くロドリゲスの話の続きが聞きたい。
Yeah, stuff it, old man.
やったらしゃあないわ。
たくよ。親父は結婚したのも家族持ったのも全部財宝のためだったとは言い出せなかったんだな。言えば家族からの愛も信頼も全てを失うかもしれん。だから親父は財宝を持ち出さずネレ島に骨を埋める覚悟を決めた。その代わりこの何枚かの銀貨だけ手元に置いてたんだ。未練だよ。
Quite the guy, this old man. But at a time he had the treasure all to himself, it sounds like.
そして財宝がどこにあったか記憶は薄れ、さらに20年。おふくろには先立たれ、今じゃ息子の俺に宝の場所を聞かれても思い出せない。
なるほどな。
島に宝があると知って、今度は俺がエスペランサに取りつかれる番だった。ネレ島が封鎖されるって話が持ち上がった時は焦ったよ。このままじゃ州政府から追い出され宝を探せなくなる。そんな時、島の原発ゴミを処理しに日本のヤクザが来ると聞いた。ああ。そこで便乗することにした。ゴミ掃除に協力すると申し出て島に残り、その裏で宝を探してたんだ。この時はある程度人数が必要で、仲間へも宝のことを打ち明けるしかなかった。
結局俺らもあんたも目的は一緒やったんやな。
じゃあ島に残ってる白のやつらも全員お宝のこと知ってるのか。400人。
あいつらはもともと金や欲に溺れないようパレカナの教えを受けてきた。だから仲間は400のうち俺と同程度に族っぽいやつら100人だ。そいつらには宝のことを話してた。
100人か。それでもだいぶ秘密が漏れたな。
An absolute demolition derby trying to get to that thing.
異端の村がどこにあるか知らんか。
知らないな。昔そんなのがあったとだけは聞いたことある。
誰から？
ブライスだ。でも連絡は取れない。面会の要請はずっと却下されてる。
そうか。
異端の村が何だって言うんだ。
その場所さえ分かれば財宝のありかを絞れるって男がいるんや。タッカーって金貸しで宝隠した海賊の指揮を暗記しとる。
真島さん、なんでそこまで言うんです？そりゃこっちの切り札だ。
ネレとは狭い島や。 敵味方分かれとったらちょっとしたことですぐ殺し合いになる。俺らはもう協力するしかないんちゃうか。
伊丹の村の場所は仲間たちに聞けば分かるかもしれない。島の白全員の知識を集めれば、あるいは
お宝の取り分はタッカー8の俺らは2だ。これ以上増やしたら取り分はどうなる？
お宝が見つからな全員ゼロやで。ケチケチしとってもしゃあない。
俺らはこれにかけてんだ。
ほんならこうしよう。今ここで仲間になれん言うやつがいたら、そいつは俺の敵や。乗るか乗らんか決めてもらおう。ほれ。
俺は乗るぜ船長。
俺も
だな。おもろいやないか。
選択の余地はないな。
Waiting on you, mate.
くそ、強引だな、もう。分かった、分かりましたよ。
よっしゃ、これでもう文句なしや。ええな。よっしゃよっしゃ。
That got him grinning a bit.
Nere島の日本人極道パレカナの白。みんなエスペランサの宝を追っていた。マットランティスに救うクイーン・ミシェル、そして海賊王レイモンド・ロー。誰もが敵を出し抜き、より多くを得るため、徐々にその手札をめくろうとしている。
Here we go. Chapter 4, Treasure Island.
問題はあれだな。どうやってあのビビリなじいさんタッカーをここに連れてくるかだ。あんたから言っても来るか怪しいんだろ。
ネレ島が絶対に安全だと納得できれば来る。ハクが何百人といる限りは無理だな。タッカーじゃなくたって嫌がる。
誰かさんたちのせいで困ったな。
ならタッカーは力ずくでさらってきたらいい。エスペランサまであと一歩。最後は勢いで乗り切ろうじゃないか。いや、相手の周りは用心棒だらけだ。すんなりとはさらえないし、もし下手打ってニューヨークにでも逃げられたら完全にアウェイだ。もう見つけられもしない。しくじらないようにさら。
守りの固い相手に強引すぎるんだよ。あんたら何でも神頼みでやってきたんだろうが、それじゃあ困る。
口の利き方に気をつけろ。
そうだな、今のは空気悪くしただけだ。
マサルはそういうとこあるね。
育ちが悪いんかの。それは俺らも人のこと言うんやろ。
あんただけが味方だよ、冴島。
だったらどうする。
俺らはタッカーのじいさんに信頼されとる。なんとかうまいこと連れてきたるから任しとき。
最初からそう言ってくれりゃよかったんだ。
その代わりあんたは異端の村がどこにあったか調べとくんや。それが俺らにはできんあんたらの仕事。みんな役割があるから分け前もあるっちゅうこっちゃね。
ならさっさと進めよう。ただしこれ以上は人増やすなよ。分け前が減るのはもうごめんだ。
お互い様だろ。
船長、タッカーはちゃんと連れ出すんだろうな。長さんは
アホか。向こうがこうへんわけあるかい。
Listen to reason, and we'll be forced to do
ネレ島でヤ
unreasonable
クザ
things.
とハクが手組んだ言うてみろよ。あのじいさんすっ飛んでくるで。ここで乗り遅れたら自分の取り分がなくなってまうんや。ちょろいちょろい。
なるほど、確かに。
けどあんま安請けやしとったらありがたみないやんか。 ロドリゲスには大仕事と思わせて恩を売っとく。
さすが親父、勉強になります。
なあ南、もう親父はやめえ。
いや、俺らずっとそう呼ばせてもらってましたから。
船長で行こう。俺の船に乗るんやったら当然や。
おお、いいですな。ほな、俺らも気合い入れて海賊やります。
俺はそんなアホな呼び方せんからな。けど兄弟言われても俺は返事せんで。なんやとこいつ妙に俺を低く見とる
な。よし、ならタッカーを迎えに行くとしよう。
Always like Saejima. Very underrated character. Alright, guess we'll head back to Atlantis. All we have to do is find the old man, get him into Nele Island.
よろしく頼むで。
And Saejima joined our crew. Health restored. Let's do some cooking. Let's see what we can cook up. We've got a lot of rabbit meat. Start up a fire. Nice. Got ingredients. Good. Skim off the scum. Hey, 3 stars. Let's go.
俺が料理の達人やで。お料理開始や。我ながら見事や。まだまだや。てい。てい。バッチグーやな。
Doing good, doing good. I got the second star with this one. Okay. Hey, there we go. Excellent. Alright. That should be enough to tide us over for a bit.
Yeah.
おう兄弟お疲れさんお疲れ様です
俺に何か
あっ船長
Daigo Dojo. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got him on the crew.
Yo,
I'm gonna kill you. Check below decks here, see how everyone's doing. Ah. This is quite the motley crew, isn't it? Chito say Buster Holmes. Oh, yeah. Buster Holmes' sister. Everyone's in a good mood, from the looks of it.
Otsukare-san.
Oh, Kyodai.
Yeah, you know what? Let's have a party before we head out.
潰れたやつは海に捨てるから覚悟せや。動物好きなんだよ。それでは乾杯。
Hey, that's good. Need some people to level up.
Minna, 飲み物は揃ったかの？改めまして、今日は集まってくれてありがとうさん。よっ、よし、それでは乾杯。
Hey, that did the trick. All right. Water's near Medlantis, and we need to go to Medlantis.
This place is pirate heaven. Don't eat too much.
I think it's supposed to be at the Luxury Palace Hotel. It didn't show us a map. Oh, yes, that's the right place. Wow. He certainly knows how to throw a party.
暇してるもんでね。私だってもううんざりなんだよ。ずっと君らが来るのを待ってた。
こないだはえらい臆病やったのに、今回はゆるゆる警備やな。
ボディーガードや君らを信頼してのことだ。それより何か進展があったから来たんだろう。これは
ネル島にいたパレカナのじいさんが持っとった。
ピースオブエイト。
それの持ち主はもう何十年も前にエスペランサ見つけてたんや。ただ今はもう年でほとんど口聞けんし頭もはっきりせん。お宝の場所も思い出せんね。
いやでもやっぱり本当にあるんだな、エスペランサを。そうか、そうこなくちゃな。ん？待てよ。
何十年も前にお宝見つけたんなら、もうどこかに持ち出したってことはないか。
それは大丈夫そうや。息子のロドリゲスっていうのが今もお宝探しとるしな。
ロドリゲスというと白のリーダーだったな。そうか。じゃあ彼もネレ島に財宝があると知ってた。
ああ。今異端の村があった場所調べてくれとる。
いいね、実にいい。そこさえ分かればエスペランサの位置も特定できる。キャプテン真島、分かったらすぐに教えてくれ。もちろんロドリゲスには内緒でだ。あとは我々だけでお宝を手にしよう。
それがあいにくやけどな。異端の村の場所はあんたをネレ島に連れて行くのと引き換えないんや。
なんだって？
安心せえ。あんたの安全は俺が保証したる。みんな仲良く一緒にお宝探そうや。
あのパレカナの巣窟に？それはいくらなんでも危険すぎるんじゃ。
狙うはエスペランサのお宝やで。でかい獲物に危険はつきもんや。
Yeah, what's wrong, old man?
それって当然。
ちょっと
Too good to get your hands
考
dirty.
えさせてくれるか？
Shaking his fancy shoes. Can't let up now.
考えんのはええけど急いでな。前とはいろいろ事情が変わってきとる。
ん？
ネレ島のどっかにエスペランサが埋まっとるっちゅう話な。ロドリゲス以外に100人のハクが知っとる。ヤクザと合わせて200人や。あとはレイモンド・ローも。
おい、なんだ、ずいぶん秘密が漏れたじゃないか。
せやから俺らもお宝に全力でアクセル踏まな。結局あんたはもうネレ島に行くしかないっちゅうこっちゃ。
私に指図する気か？
組む気がないんやったら知らない。あんたとはここまでやな。
いいのか？私抜きでエスペランサは見つからんぞ。ここに記憶された情報がいるんだ。
そうなんか？あんた抜きでお宝探すんはほんまに絶対無理なんか？
もちろ
ん。ネレ島はこの間までみんな周りを出し抜こうとしとった。けどもうちゃうで。ハクもヤクザもお宝目指して手握った。案外あんたの情報なしでサクッと見つかるかもな。
そんな簡単に見つかる代物じゃない。
どうやろな。
実は、
いつこのスマホにお宝見つかったっちゅう連絡来てもおかしないんちゃうか？大の大人が200人朝から晩まで探しとるんやで。ネレ島もそんな大きな島ちゃう。何日持つか見ものや。あんたが活躍できるとしたら今だけやで、タッカーの旦那。どんなええネタも価値のあるうちに使わな。せやないとあんたの取り分はゼロや。
私の取り分は8。それ以外は2だ。
もうちょい勉強せえよ。事情が変わった言うたやろ。あんた抜きで進めてもええんやで。
おい、なんだと？
俺が大声出して済む相手に見えるか？頭冷やして考え
や。あんたが財宝の半分を私の取り分と約束するなら、それなら今すぐにでもネレ島へ行く。
んなアホな数字200人に向かって言えるかいな。俺にはそんな度胸ないの。
25%。
まっとうに200人に分けると一人頭どんぐらいや？
0.5%。みんなそれくらいは欲しいよね。
その200人はたまたまネレ島に居合わせただけだ。私は30年エスペランサを夢見てきた。だから 20% は欲しい。
10% やったらみんなに口聞いたる。それでも1億ドルかいな。 悪い話しちゃうやろ。
100 million's 100 million.
けど断るんならもうあんたと話すことはない。ここでお別れや。
Still prefer to have
少
100
し
million
甘く
pounds
見て
or
た
maybe
かも
100
しれ
million
ないが
francs.
君のことを大したビジネスマンだ。
俺は口下手やで。相手が悪党の時だけよー口が回るんや。
Driving a
言
hard
ってくれ
bargain.
る。これから支度でき次第五郎丸に向かうよ。もちろんボディーガードもだ。それでも歓迎してくれるかな。
ああ、なんも心配らんねえ。子供の見てる前で嘘はつけん。
Guess we'll head back to the Goromaru once we get Tucker to Nele Island. The treasure's as good as found. Let's go, Captain. It'll be time to set sail again soon. Yeah. Boat's out of commission. Why do I smell a trap, chat? I smell a trap. Or at least a cutscene.
ねえ船長、なんかみんな俺らを気にしてない？
Why are people looking at us like we're 5 miles
これで
out?
も一応賞金首やからな。
Maybe because it looks like we're 5 miles out.
知らん間に値上げでもされたか？よう、どっかに急いでるか？キャプテン真島。なんもないで。けどつまらん話聞く暇はない。用があんならさっさと言え。俺らはあんたのその減らず口閉じに来たんだよ。
Saying something about cutting out my tongue.
Captain Majima.
Oh God, not more of them.
船長、あいつモーティマーだ。
Oh,
Mortimer. Looks familiar. I think we've seen him before. Goodness, also have picked another time. Trying to get Tucker to Nele Island, you idiot.
先に言っておくが、俺はこんなところでやり合う気はないよ。それじゃ金にならない。命がけで戦うからにはその分しっかり稼がせてもらわないと。
せやったら何の用や。
パイレーツコロシアムの決闘申し込みにね。もともとお前らが俺とやりたがってたろ？受けて立つことにしたんだ。
なんで急に
Joe, thank you for the 50 kicks. Thank you.
時が来たからかな。他に言いようがない。
だってさ。
How you doing, Joe?
まあええやろ。ほな、後で連絡くれや。スケジュール見て返事するわ。
忙しそうだな、キャプテン。モーティマーの決闘を袖にするなんて。もしかして他にもっと稼げる話でもあるのか？
レイモンド・ロ
ー。なんや、次から次に。あんたら大物がそない暇しててええんか？
暇にしてるわけじゃねえ。この町じゃパイレーツコロシアムを盛り上げることが一番の稼ぎになる。モーティマーの挑戦受けてもらうぞ。
わったわった。そのうちな。
Yeah, yeah, when I'm good and
そ
ready.
のうちか。ではモーティマーと決着をつけるまで
タッカー氏はマッドランティスに足止めとする。
え？なんで？
そうすればお前らはエスペランサにたどり着けないんだろう。このままマッドランティスからトンズラもできない。タッカーはそのための人質ってことだ。タッカー氏はこのレイモンド・ローの大事な客人だ。だがこの行為を無碍にし町を出るなら彼を乗せた船には沈んでもらう。マッドランティスの全訪問に火を吹かせてな。乗っている者は誰も助からんな。子供がいても遠慮はしない。
じゃあ俺らがパイレーツコロシアムでモーティマーをぶちのめしたら
ねその時はそちらのお望みのままに。
ああ、タッカー氏も自由に連れ出すといい。パイレーツコロシアムの新チャンピオンを止める者はいない。この俺も含めてな。
聞いたで今の言葉。お前らも聞いたな。
モーティマーとやり合う覚悟が決まったら俺のところに来てくれ。クイーンの城にあった謁見の間だ。お前とは他にも積もる話があるだろうしな。
またお宝はお預けやの。
これからって時だったのにね。一度五郎丸に戻ろうか、船長。今の話父ちゃんたちにも言っとかないと。
Contention qualifier now available on the Pirates Coliseum.
I'll teach you some respect. Ready for a beatdown?
Oh, shoot the bastard, be done with it.
I'll beat you. Apologize, and I might let you go.
Demo.
ねえねえ、宝箱あるよ。寄り道しちゃダメ？
Where? Where do you see that? Oh, it's up there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, for a good while now. The UK time to sleep. Going to doze off again soon. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Have a good rest. Yeah, it's getting late over there. Let's spit it, man. Interesting. See, Richards, the cleanup hitter. Once a baseball player renowned for his batting power, after getting kicked out for violence in the field, he now serves as a bodyguard for a local gang. Wish he would have stuck to hitting baseballs, not people. Struck out swinging. 6,400, not bad. It's a fairly decent bounty there.
Sencho, なんかあるよ。
狙いを定めて。
Bastard sold me a damn thing. Unbelievable.
どれだ。
Bastard sold me a damn thing. Unbelievable.
Get your ass. You're gonna regret this. 手間取らせんね。
Bastard sold me a damn bat. Unbelievable. Why'd I show off my new threads, dude? Damn.
Oi, Captain, you missed the fun. You should know Tucker came by a little while ago. That isn't so until some guys took him away. The hell? Law's orders, apparently. I think he knows how close we are to getting to the treasure. He's doing his best to slow us down. Sounds about right. Shit's getting serious, isn't it? That means we're almost there. Just heard, Captain. These arseholes have Tucker hostage. Yeah. Law got the jump on us. Gather everyone up. It's time we decide our next step.
映画エスペランサ見つけるにはタッカーをネレ島に連れてく必要があるけどタッカーをマッドランティスから連れ出すにはパイレーツコロシアムでモーティマーに勝たなあかんこれが今の状況や
レイモンドの野郎余計なちゃちゃ入れてきやがるなんでこんな真似してくるんだあいつは
あいつもエスペランサの宝を知っとるみんな自分の取り分増やしたくて必死や撃てる手は全部撃ってくるで
そんな相手せんでタッカーをこっそり連れ出したらいい
それは難しいんだよ、南。マッドランティスを出入りするときは絶対港を通らなきゃだし、そこを大砲で狙われたら。
ああ、まず避けようがない。あそこの湾が狭いのは船の動きを制限するためだ。出入りするときに一度必ずマッドランティスに命を預けることになる。
ほら、その大砲先に全部潰しといたら。そうなると短期決戦でいろいろ同時にやらないと作戦が破綻します。まず敵にバレないようタッカーを船まで連れてくる。五郎丸自体を抑えられたら終わりだからそっちの守りも固めなきゃ。
と同時に潰すべき大砲は湾内に散らばっている10門以上。
さすがに人手が足りん回り道に見えるけどモーティマー倒すんが一番早い。ええやないか。俺らもともとそうするつもりやったんやで。俺にかかっとる賞金も取り下げさせる。リチともモアナもそれで安心や。
一応言っとくが、ああ見えて今のモーティマーはマッドランティスで最強だ。船の装備に長いこと金もつぎ込んできてる。ノリと勢いだけで手出すとマジで返り討ちに遭うぞ。
じゃあこっちもしっかり船を装備しないとだね。
確か奴らと戦うには認定戦で勝って挑戦権を得なきゃいけないんだったな。
いずれにしてもパイレーツコロシアムにいるような連中を簡単に倒せるくらいならんとあかんのやろ。ならガンガン行くで。五郎丸もクルーも鍛え上げたらちゅうわけ。みんな覚悟はええな。もし降りたいもんがおったら今ここで言えや。この先は修羅場やで。どないや。
降りたらお宝の分け前もらえねえんだろ。
そんな欲のねえやつはいねえ。死んでもこの船に残る。
俺はお前らのそういうとこが大好きや。船長嬉しいで。ほんならみんなで強なろう。ほんでエスペランサのお宝ゲットや。おっしゃ。
All ready, then get to this contention qualifier.
お疲れ様です。
Oh yeah, we've also got Kasuga as part of the crew.
お疲れ様です。おう兄弟。船長、お疲れ様。
お疲れ。
お疲れ。お疲れさん。
This place is pirate.
All right.
Wanna show off my new right here.
There we are. Right, let's do this. There we go. Now we can do it at Let's do this.
出てきた。
That's it.
暇つぶしにもならん。
Mundane pirates, here we go. Let's go. Under the killing bow. The inked up pirates. Some sort of Salvadoran prison. There we go, deck battle. Last battle on this one. Come on. Brilliant. Not bad. Oh, that's pretty good. Right, chat. I'll go ahead and save it. And I think at about 6 hours of streaming, we can safely call it a night. Let's see who we have available over on Kick that we can raid. If anyone. Let's see, we've got browse audio here. Well, we've got one. Let's see if we can set up a host for Nakaishi. You gonna let me do it? No, it's not letting me do it. Maybe it'll let me do it if... No, that doesn't work either. Okay, well, we can at least raid someone on Twitch. Maybe. Yeah, you know what? Let's go raid Vivian Moon. There we go. All right, everyone on Twitch and or on Kick and YouTube, we will say goodnight to all of you. Rest of you on Twitch, we're going to go raid Vivian Moon playing Dead by Daylight. So, all of you have a wonderful evening. I will see some of you in the Castle Rexworth Discord. Might do a bit of a watch party. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me tonight, and I will see you all tomorrow. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.